Better than average, but I don't go around slinging my junk onto the nearest table and whipping out a ruler. She chuckled, the sound making him crazy with lust. It seems big to me. Have you seen a lot of cocks? She shook her head. Just on the internet. I've seen a bit of porn, but it seemed so... She wrinkled her nose. Soulless. He grunted. Most men probably wouldn't agree with that, but a dreamer like Marjorie, he could see how she wouldn't find it appealing. Her fingers caressed the vein that traveled along the underside of his cock, again, and it took everything he had not to grab her hand, make a fist, and fuck it. Marjorie, sweetheart, he cautioned, strain in his voice as he struggled to keep his body language casual. If you keep touching me like that, I'm going to come all over those pretty fingers of yours. Her eyes widened. She thought for a moment, and instead of drawing her hand away, she continued to caress him. Can I watch? Rob groaned. God save him from virgins. Why was it that everything that came out of her mouth was the hottest fucking thing he'd ever heard? He was going to shoot his load in a matter of seconds, and she'd think he was a schoolboy. But fuck it. I'll show you, he said. He took her palm and rubbed it along the head of his cock, which was leaking drop after drop of pre-cum, he was so aroused. He swirled the crown along her soft skin, lubricating it as she stared in fascination. Then he took her hand and curled it around his shaft. His hand covered hers, and he began to guide her, showing her how to stroke him. That's right. Her palm glided against his shaft. There wasn't quite enough lube, but he didn't fucking care at this point. Her wide eyes and her parted lips, the soft sounds she made as she stroked him, all of that drove him fucking wild. With a groan of her name, he shot his load a lot sooner than he wanted to, and hot cum spattered over her hand and their joined fingers. She immediately lifted her hand and began to touch the semen wonderingly. It's so thick. Then, to his shock and delight, she put her fingers to her mouth and tasted it. And made a face. He laughed. It's an acquired taste. I'll take your word for it, she said, staring at her hand helplessly. Let me get you a towel, sweetheart. Rob got up from the bed and sprinted over to the bathroom. He grabbed the first towel he could find and wiped his own hand off, then his dick, and picked up a new one for Marjorie. When he returned to the bed, he found her there, studying the sticky semen drying on her fingers with an unreadable expression. And suddenly, he felt like an ass. She'd come here to get off, and he'd more or less shoved his dick in her hand and made her jerk him until he splattered all over her. Not the act of a gentleman, and not the act of a guy trying to ease a virgin into sex. Well, shit. He moved to the bed and took her hand in his, wiping it clean with his towel. I'm sorry. I guess that wasn't something you were expecting. It's okay. I liked it. Her smile was reluctant, shy. I liked watching you come. It felt very raw. Raw is a good way of putting it. I like raw, she told him in a soft voice as he continued to wipe at her hand. It feels different from what I've had in the past, and I want more of it. She looked up at him with those big, soft eyes that were heavy-lidded with desire, and he felt his cock stir again. Damn, this virgin was going to kill him. Rob tossed the towel aside and sat down next to her again. He pulled her into his lap, dragging her long legs over one of his hips, and began to kiss her soft mouth once more. She matched his kisses hungrily, eager for more. and as they kissed, he cupped and caressed her small breasts, teasing and rolling the nipples with his fingers until she was gasping against his mouth. "Now it's your turn," he murmured, and slid his hands to the waist of her pajama pants. He waited, checking her reaction. Her eyes widened, but there was no fear in her expression, only eagerness. Fucking lovely Marjorie. With another hot, tongue-filled kiss, he pushed his hand under the fabric, seeking her pussy. When his exploring fingers hit the jackpot, she gasped. He wanted to, also. The fabric of her panties was soaked from her arousal, and the flesh under his hand was hot and slick with need. His virgin was fired up and in desperate need to get off. And that was sexy as fuck. He pushed his fingers into her folds, stroking one up and down the seam of her pussy. She was incredibly wet, so much so that he wanted to push his face down there instead of his hand and eat her out. Another time, though, when he had more leisure to introduce her to new things. She'd already experienced a lot tonight, and he didn't want to overwhelm her. So he gently rubbed back and forth between those wet folds and kissed her soft open mouth. She clung to him, her hands anchored around his neck as he stroked her. Marjorie's long legs had fallen open a bit, and it eased his hand as he pushed deeper, seeking out the entrance to her cunt. He didn't push deep when he found it, though, just circled the entrance and teased her with it. Marjorie moaned, clinging to him. Her mouth had stopped responding to his kisses and was mostly slack with wonder as he fingered her. That was all right. He liked seeing that expression on her lovely face, too. He nibbled at her lips as he continued to tease at her entrance, and felt a fierce sort of pleasure when she rolled her hips against his hand, wanting more. "Does that feel good?" he whispered against her mouth. She made a wordless mew that might have been assent. Her hips moved against his hand again. He slid his thumb up to her clit and rubbed it against the tiny bud, now prominent with her desire, and was gratified when Marjorie nearly leapt off his lap in response. He stilled his hand, fingers still poised at the entrance to her cunt, thumb resting on her clit. Was that too much? Should I stop? Fingernails curled into his skin. "No," she panted. Her expression was dazed. "Don't stop." "Do you like it when I touch you? When I sink my fingers into this wet pussy and tease it?" His lips trailed along her skin, touching anywhere he could. She was so soft, so fragrant, so very into what he was doing to her. She wasn't feigning anything simply to get his attention. She was more like an eager puppy, discovering everything. And he wanted to be the one to show her, to initiate her. When she was silent, he kissed her parted lips again. "Does my dirty talk bother you?" She squirmed against his hand, shifting her wet flesh delightfully against his fingers. She wanted more petting, that was clear. She just didn't know how to ask for it yet. "Rob," she breathed. "Remember what I said earlier?" He pressed a kiss to the tip of her freckled nose. "There's nothing between us that's embarrassing. It's all for pleasure." "It's just so..." "Blunt?" She nodded. "I am blunt," he admitted. "I can't change that." "I don't want you to change. It just makes me shy." Her hips wiggled again. "I like your touches." "And you like it when I tell you dirty things?" he guessed. "You're just too shy to say them back?" At her little nod, he kissed her again and rewarded her with a press of his fingertips against the entrance of her cunt. She sucked in a breath, her eyes dilating with pleasure, and he felt her give another wiggle, trying to push him deeper. But his Marjorie didn't yet realize that the tease was half the fun. He slowly rubbed his thumb over her clit again, and she gasped and clung to his shoulders, her hips jerking in response. Her little clit was very sensitive, he guessed, and probably swollen. If she'd been touching herself earlier, before she'd come to him, it was probably oversensitized at this point. It needed his mouth. Hell, his mouth needed to be there. Not this time, he cautioned himself. Instead, he dragged his fingers from the well of her cunt and pulled them forward through her folds, sliding her moisture up to her clit. Then, he framed the hood with his 2 fingers and began to slowly rub the sides, watching her expression. Her mouth parted, her legs trembled, and she clung to him so hard, as if she worried she might fall off his lap, even though his other hand was anchored at her waist. "I've got you," he murmured as he continued to rub her, carefully stroking the sides of her clit. "You can let go at any time. I've got you." Her hands released from his neck, and Rob was so startled that she dropped backward on the bed, despite his supporting arm. Well, when he'd said, "let go," he hadn't meant it quite like that. But Marjorie wasn't bothered by the fact that she was now on her back. Instead, the new position allowed her to roll her hips more freely, and she was wiggling and writhing against his hand. And fuck, that was hot. Now that his other arm was free, he reached out and caressed one of her bouncing little tits, rubbing the nipple even as she rode his hand. And she cried out. Her hands clenched on his arm, but she didn't stop him. Her eyes snapped shut, and her face contorted. "Rob, I know," he soothed, even as he continued to stroke and pet her body. "I've got you." "Oh," she moaned, and her hips moved fiercely against his hand. He pinched her nipple, even as he kept rubbing the 2 fingers against the sides of her clit. "Oh, oh." Her hips jerked against him, and then her entire body stiffened, and she was coming, a tremble bursting through her body. He continued to rub, fascinated by the look on her face as she came. She was beautiful. He felt another surge of possessiveness, and it didn't fade, even as she continued to rock her hips slowly against his fingers, coming down from her orgasm. Eventually, she exhaled deeply and put the back of a hand to her forehead. "Oh," she said softly, her lips curled into a smile. God, she was pretty. Reluctantly, he slid his fingers from her wet pussy and resisted the temptation to lick them clean. Didn't want to shock his virgin any more than she was already shocked. He wiped his hand on the discarded towel and then moved back into the bed, dragging her against him. I should go back to my room," she said in a low voice. "Soon," he told her, tucking her body against his as the smaller spoon. The position allowed him to drape an arm over her waist and rest a hand on one of those cute little titties he was so fond of. "All right, soon," she agreed, and snuggled down next to him. Moments later, he was pretty sure she was asleep. He ran his thumb over one of her nipples thoughtfully, enjoying the automatic shiver that rippled through her even as she slept. He'd never had a woman spend the night before, but now that he had Marjorie in his bed, he didn't want her to leave it any time soon. Maybe ever. Chapter 18. Marjorie woke up out of a delicious sleep to the feel of something hard prodding against her buttock. She blinked at her surroundings. Big hotel room, strange art on the walls. Warm body pressed against her, one hand squeezing her bare breast, erection pushing against her backside. Her pajama pants still on her legs, but no top. Oh. Flashes of last night flooded through her mind, and she bit back her gasp. Arousal snaked through her veins. and she recalled vividly what she'd done to him and what he'd done to her. And oh, it was fun. More than fun. Amazing. She wanted more. But she peered at the alarm clock on the bedside table and sighed. 8 in the morning. She had to be at breakfast with the other bridesmaids in an hour, and then they had one last fitting and a makeup trial run to go through. There was no more time to lie back in bed and cuddle, as tempting as the thought was. So she peeled back the covers and started to edge out of bed. "Nope," Rob said sleepily, and pulled her back against him. "Stay here with me." "I can't," she said, though she was smiling as he gave her breast another squeeze. It sent pleasurable shockwaves through her body, a reminder of last night. Gosh, last night had been wonderful. "I just realized, by the way, that you switched rooms." "I did," he mumbled. "Shower broke in the other." "Oh." "This shower comes with a free back rub if you stay, though," he told her, giving her breast another squeeze. "I wish I could, but I have a full schedule this morning." "Call in sick." He moved a little closer and pressed a kiss to her shoulder. "I can't," she said again, and when his thumb began to stroke her nipple in teasing circles, she regretfully had to pull his hand off of her. "I owe Bronte being present. This is the last fitting, and she's stressed out of her mind as it is." "So responsible," he said, kissing her shoulder again. "That's sexy. Let me know when you're free." "I will." "Text me." "Sure." "Text me pictures of your pussy." She gasped and slid out of his grip. "No way!" He chuckled, eyes closed, and tugged the blankets closer around his body. "Can't blame a guy for trying." "You devil." She scooped her top up off the floor and buttoned it, then reluctantly looked back at him. Rob had fallen asleep again, so she tiptoed out of his room and closed the door quietly behind her. An hour later she was showered and changed and racing down to the reserved dining room so she wouldn't be late to meet the others. Marjorie arrived with 1 minute to spare, and the only person waiting in the dining room was Bronte, her hair pulled up in a bun and her eyes bright. She looked happy and relaxed. "I'm here," Marjorie said, as she sat down next to Bronte at the empty table. The places were set for 5 others, the bridesmaids and Violet, who was unofficially included. But no one else had arrived. "Where is everyone?" "I think we're all running a little late this morning. No worries, they'll be here." "You look relaxed," Marjorie told Bronte with a smile. "Everything going well?" "Nope," Bronte said. "The cake was flown in from the mainland and crumbled to pieces, so Logan's flying in a new cake chef and paying a ridiculous amount of money because he doesn't want me to cry. The flowers are the wrong shade of red. Again. And that awful man that's pissing Logan off is still somewhere on the island." Her smile widened. "But I'm good because Logan scheduled me a 3-hour massage yesterday." "You look good," Marjorie said, very relaxed and happy. "I am happy," she admitted. "I know, as crazy as things get with the wedding, it doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, I'm with a man who's bending over backward to try and make me happy. And that's all I could really ask for, you know." She leaned forward. "Speaking of happy, you look pretty good yourself. Is the mystery man turning out to be everything you'd hoped?" "And more," Marjorie told her, a dreamy smile on her face. "He's so wonderful. We're opposites in a lot of ways, but when we're together, we just click, you know? It's like magic. We've been spending every free moment together since we met, and it still doesn't feel like enough time." "I know that feeling," Bronte said, and clapped her hands. "I'm so happy for you. This is wonderful. You're such a lovely woman, Marge. I knew someone would see it eventually." "I feel so lucky," Marjorie admitted. I don't know what I'll do when it's time to leave." "Is he from Kansas City, then? Do you want to stay instead of taking the job with me? I'd miss you, but I'd understand." No, I think he's actually from California. Marjorie unrolled her cloth napkin from around her silverware and laid it flat on her lap. I still want to go to New York with you. That hasn't changed. And we haven't really talked about what happens later. We're still enjoying each day. Though 2 days from now, that would have to change. A twinge of unhappiness marred Marjorie's cheery mood. I'll have to broach the topic at some point, I guess. Oh, Bronte said, snapping her fingers. A smile lit up her face. Logan had a last-minute cancellation for dinner tonight. We should go on a double date. You bring your guy, and Logan and I will join you. It'd be lovely. I'm dying to meet this guy and see you two together. I'd love to, Marjorie said, pleasure flushing through her at the thought of introducing handsome, quick-witted Rob to her friends. I think you'll really like him. He's a bit of a cusser. So is Logan, Bronte interjected with a grin. But underneath, he's really sweet and kind. Then I absolutely cannot wait to meet him, Bronte said, reaching over and giving Marjorie's hand a happy squeeze. Tonight should be so much fun. It really would. Marjorie couldn't wait to text Rob and surprise him with the plans. He knew she was here for the wedding. Wouldn't it be fun to show him off to the bride and groom, who were the reason why she was here on vacation? Logan has dinner reservations for 4 at a black tie restaurant, Bronte said. The other couple canceled, but you can join us and it'll be an even better evening. And maybe tonight she could ask Rob what he thought about the future. Their future. Marjorie couldn't stop smiling at the thought. Rob straightened his tie, then removed it at the last minute. Black tie or not, they'd simply have to make do without him having neckwear. He had a nice little hickey on his neck, thanks to Marjorie, and he wanted to show it to the world. So he'd wear a collared shirt and cufflinks and a jacket, but that was the extent of it. He whistled as he ran a comb through his hair one last time. Funny how spending the night curled up against a woman could put him in such a good mood. His insomnia, normally so prevalent, had utterly vanished, and he'd slept like the dead. His dick hadn't even touched pussy, and he still felt sated and replete. It was a good feeling. It was a feeling he wanted more of, and he wanted more Marjorie. Maybe she could put off being Bronte's assistant for a while. He'd bring it up to her tonight, hopefully after her hand was wrapped around his cock. Maybe she'd come out to California with him for a bit, so they could fuck like bunnies, and get it out of their systems. Then, when they were both tired of each other, they could go on with their lives. Even as he said it to himself, he frowned. Marjorie wasn't the type to just turn a blind eye to the fact that his business ran off of tits and ass. Her friends were already on the lookout for him, thinking he was determined to ruin the wedding. He wasn't, not after spending time with Marjorie. In fact, he'd called Smith, the only competent assistant he had, this morning and told her to pass along the message to the tits crew that they were to make themselves scarce for the next while. He didn't want Marjorie upset over anything that might happen with the wedding, not because he cared about her friends, but because he cared about her. He checked his phone for new messages. Nothing beyond her earlier one of, "Meet me in the lobby for dinner tonight. Black tie. I have a nice surprise for you." She'd even thrown in a smiley face at the end, so he knew she was excited. And he couldn't wait to see her again. He'd worked for most of the day, but it still felt like forever since he'd last touched her. Idly, he wondered what the surprise was. Were they going somewhere new? Was she going to jump him as soon as he got off the elevator? Was she not wearing panties under her dress? Whatever it was, he hoped she was wearing the heels he'd gotten her. He wanted to see those on her while he undressed her. Wanted them wrapped around his back while he fucked the hell out of her. Picturing Marjorie in nothing but those shoes made his dick hard, and he adjusted himself before stepping out of his room. A quick trip in the elevator led him down to the lobby, and he scanned the room for an impossibly tall blonde. Sure enough, there she was, beautiful enough to make his heart skip a beat. Her blonde waves cascaded over her shoulders, teased into curls. Her dress was plain black, her long, luscious legs bare, and he saw those sparkly stilettos adorning her gorgeous feet. She looked incredible. He started to walk toward her, and stopped. She was standing next to Logan Hawkins and his fiancée. They were talking quietly, and Logan's fiancée had her arm linked in his. Her dress was a sparkly red, and Logan wore a dark suit. They were dressed for a fancy dinner. He was going to a fancy dinner with Marjorie, who had a surprise for him. Shit. Shit, shit, shit. Rob turned around and headed back to the elevator before anyone could spot him. He sprinted, barely catching the doors as they began to close again, which earned him a few irritated looks from the others on the elevator. He didn't care. His brow had broken out into a cold sweat, and he punched the number to his floor again, and then paused. Shit. If he went back to his room, Marjorie would just come looking for him there. She'd think he'd forgotten the time or something, and she'd probably have Logan in tow. That would be no good either. Fuck. He put his phone to his ear, an awkward feeling after using his Bluetooth for so long, and called his assistant hotline. Smith answered, thank God. Yes, sir? I need a room, now. A different one? Let me see what I can manage, sir. Give me 5 minutes. No, now. He hammered at the door close button when the elevator opened. Someone shot him a dirty look as he pushed past, but Rob ignored it. What floor are you on? I'm on 2, sir. You are welcome to come and stay here if you need to. Be right there. He hit the button for 2 and tapped his foot impatiently. Even as he did, his phone buzzed with an incoming text. Where are you? Marjorie sent. Did you get lost? Christ. She'd sent another smiley face at the end of her sentence. He felt like such a dick. The door opened to floor 2, and he hesitated. He could go downstairs and admit everything to Marjorie in front of Logan's judging face. Tell her that he was the jerk behind Tits or GTFO, and she'd probably hate everything he was ever associated with, and know that her friends loathed him because they thought he was a scummy businessman. Which he kind of was. And then he could watch her expressive eyes fill with tears, and he'd ruin the rest of the time she had at her best friend's wedding. Or he could be a dick tonight and pretend sickness. Or the business came up. Something. She would be hurt, but he'd make it up to her with a little smooth talking, a little romance, and then they could cuddle their way back into a good mood. Immediately he knew which one he was going to pick. Rob stepped off the elevator, paused, and texted. Something came up with work. Sorry. I don't understand, Marjorie said, her brows furrowing. I talked with him earlier today, and he said he was looking forward to dinner. Maybe if she dated more, she'd be used to cancellations and blow-offs. This one felt like it was ripping a hole through her heart, though, and she didn't know what to do. His message wasn't even personal. It was cold, succinct. His normal messages were filled with crass flirting and attempts to make her blush. This wasn't even trying. I wonder if I said something to make him upset. I'm sure that's not it, Bronte exclaimed. You're looking for problems that aren't there, Marge. I bet he just had a meeting come up that he couldn't miss. Logan knows how that is. Isn't that right? She looked up at her handsome fiancé with an adoring expression. Marjorie's heart hurt all over again. But if it's work, he didn't say when he was going to get out of there. And Rob had told her that work was taking a back seat this week, so he could spend more time with her. Hadn't he said his assistant had it handled? I don't understand. Oh, no. What if it was something she'd said or done last night? What if she'd somehow come across as terribly unsexy, and he'd woken up this morning and realized he didn't want to be with her? She felt stricken at the thought. I'm sure it's nothing, Bronte reiterated. I can tell from the look on your face that you're worried, but these things happen all the time. What business did you say he was in? Logan asked, his mouth a firm line. Marjorie felt a twinge of nervousness, as if her aborted date with Rob had somehow messed up Logan's evening as well. Well, he said business. I never really pried too much because Rob said he was on vacation. Logan's cool gaze continued to assess her. I see. Maybe I should have asked him? Gosh, how was Bronte marrying this icy man? He was scaring the pants off of her tonight. It was odd how he could be so very warm to his fiancée and so controlled to the rest of the world. It just never really came up. I'm sure it's fine, Logan said, cutting her off. And I have an idea, he said, turning to Bronte. Since it's both of you ladies, why don't you see if Violet and Maylee are free tonight and take them with you to the restaurant? I'm sure they'd love to join you. You know, they probably feel as if Gretchen is monopolizing your time. Oh, no. Do you think so? Bronte looked concerned. They're all my friends. I don't want anyone to feel left out. I'm sure that they're not, Marjorie reassured her, pushing back her own concerns. And we don't have to make it a girls' night out just because my date canceled. It's really not necessary. I insist, Logan said, and he gave them both a smile that was both charming and predatory at once. I have unfinished business to attend to myself, and should probably beg off. He leaned in and whispered into Bronte's ear for a long moment. Eventually, she nodded. Well, if you're sure, Bronte said. We'll miss you. Logan pulled her against him and gave her a tender kiss. I'm sure, love. Call the girls. Go enjoy yourselves. His eyes gleamed. Business calls. Tucked away at a desk in Smith's room, Rob lost himself in work. His inbox was endless. Lawsuits, tabloids, ratings drops, ratings increases, advertisers, unhappy advertisers, people wanting to advertise. He should have been able to concentrate on it, to tear through things as he normally did. But he kept thinking about Marjorie, how she'd been waiting for him, radiant, and he'd stood her up like a coward and was now in hiding. What a fucking chicken he was. He knew it, and yet, if the other option was hurting her, he'd be a goddamn chicken if he had to. Anything to avoid hurting Marjorie's feelings and ruining her time on vacation. So maybe it was cowardly of him, but he had a reason and a purpose. Sir? Smith asked, interrupting him from his work/mooning. Rob looked up, removing his headphones and closing his laptop. What is it? Gortham is staked out on the 4th floor, and he says that Logan Hawkins is hovering at the doorstep to your old suite. He's making calls, trying to locate you. Ah, so Logan had come sniffing after him after all. Figured. The asshole just couldn't resist, could he? I'll go up and say hello. Are you sure that's wise, sir? I'm pretty sure it's not, but it needs to be done. Plus, he wasn't a coward. Logan wasn't the one he was hiding from, not really. It was Marjorie, and the knowledge that he really, really wasn't good enough for her, and wanted her anyway. So, he headed up the elevator, back toward his old room, the one Logan had kicked him out of so politely, and strolled down the hall. Logan was still there, phone to his ear. He turned, spotted Rob, and hung up his phone. He stalked down the hall toward Rob, a contrast from his own strolling, forced casual steps. I might have known you were still here, you piece of shit. Hawkins, he said broadly, extending his arms in a fake hug. Come on, you kiss your mother with that mouth. I thought I told you to leave, Logan snarled. But no, you decided to play like a dirty dick when you didn't get your way. Irritation sparked, even though Rob knew it shouldn't have bothered him. He'd been called worse. Actually, not at all. Going after a sweet, innocent girl just to worm your way into a meeting with me? Don't you think you've gone a little far with that? Now wait just a goddamn minute. Logan threw up his hands, just as furious as Rob. You want a meeting with me? Fine, I'll meet with you, but you need to leave Marjorie Iverson alone. Rob clenched his jaw, rage blinding him. You fucking leave her out of this. She's mine. You're the one that needs to leave her out of this, Logan roared. She's an innocent woman and you're fucking trash to use her like this. Use her? Now Rob was yelling. Fuck you, Hawkins. I'm not using anyone. Bullshit, Logan said. You win. You get your meeting, but you leave that girl alone. He clenched a fist. We won't tell her about any of this. She's a sweet, sheltered girl, and it'd break her heart. I'm not about to stomp on her feelings. I happen to give a shit about them. Fuck you. Like I said, you win. We can meet tomorrow. I don't want your goddamn meeting, so you can tell me no? Go fuck yourself. Get out of my goddamn resort. If you kick me out, so help me, I will make the biggest fucking scene you can imagine. Rob gave him a cold smile. Your wedding is in what, 2 days? Hate to have a scandal show up on your doorstep just in time for it. The missus would probably be mighty upset. Logan's shoulders heaved, and for a moment, Rob thought the man might punch him. Instead, Logan's nostrils flared. He gave Rob one last simmering look, and then he stormed away. Rob maintained his cool until Logan turned the corner. Then he moved to the nearest wall and put his fist through it, leaving a gigantic hole in the drywall. His knuckles split, but the pain only momentarily dimmed his rage. Fuck him. Fuck Logan if he thought that Rob was dicking around with Marjorie's feelings. What kind of low-life bastard did they think he was? Worse, what kind of low-life bastard was Marjorie going to think he was, once they told her the truth? He punched the wall with his other fist. Great. Now both of them hurt, and he was still pissed. Chapter 19. When midnight passed and Marjorie didn't call him, Rob started to get concerned. Surely they weren't out to dinner this late, were they? When 1 a.m. slid into 2 in the morning, Rob decided to go to Marjorie's room and talk to her. If she was hurting, he wanted to try to fix it. He knocked on her door, but there was no answer. He texted her. Still no answer. He waited outside of her room for 10 minutes, impatient, and then when no one came by, he slipped a credit card into the lock and jimmied it. If she was in her room and ignoring him, the latch would be flipped and he wouldn't be able to get in. But a moment later, he was able to get in, and the door swung open. The room was empty. Marjorie wasn't in. Where the hell was she? A twinge of worry cut through him, and he shut the door quickly again, then headed to the elevator. She wasn't in the lobby. He searched the gardens, and she wasn't there either. The restaurant was closed, due to the late hour, and the bar was empty of all but a few booze hounds. He didn't really think she'd be there. After that one bad evening, she hadn't drunk a drop. There was only one place left to check. Rob headed out to the beach, took off his leather Bettinen and Venturi wingtip shoes, and began to walk the shoreline, looking for a huddled figure and blonde hair. Sure enough, at the far end of the beach, almost a mile away from the resort, he saw a lonely woman walking the waves and staring out into the distance. From where he stood, she looked fragile and sad, not the strong, smiling Marjorie he was used to. And he knew in his gut that he'd hurt her tonight. That thought weighed on him like a stone around his neck. His sweet, sensitive Marjorie had been wounded by his callousness. God, he was such a dick. He walked up to her and waded out ankle-high to where she was standing. She didn't speak, so he looked out on the horizon with her, trying to see what she was regarding. After a moment, he teased, I hope you didn't lose your top again. If it's out that far, we might never find it. She didn't laugh. She just looked over at him with sad eyes. Why are you here, Rob? He tossed his shoes down on the sand behind him and shoved his hands in his pockets like a guilty kid. I came out here because I was worried about you. Really? You didn't seem all that worried earlier tonight when you blew me off. Something came up." Marjorie gave him a look that told him she knew he was lying. "I swear I never meant to hurt your feelings, Marjorie." "Then why did you?" She crossed her arms and finally looked over at him, and he realized she was still in her dress from earlier that evening, all long-legged and beautiful. Her shoes were nowhere to be found, her feet bare as the water rushed over them. "Why was it that after spending all day telling me you couldn't wait to see me, you suddenly had some issue that came up and made you cancel on me? In front of my friends." "Oh, is that what the surprise was?" he asked, feigning a grimace. "Man, I'm sorry." "You're not sorry." She glared at him, and then looked away quickly, dashing her hand to the corner of one eye in a movement that made his heart squeeze. "I mean, if it was something I did, at least have the guts to tell me." "Something you did? What do you mean?" When she didn't look at him, Rob moved in front of her and held her by the arms, trying to get her to look at him. She avoided his gaze. "Marjorie, what do you mean, something you did?" She swallowed hard, her throat working, and kept her head ducked. "It's just... last night was my first night, for a lot of stuff. And I thought it was great, and that there was no shame in the room, right? But then, today, you avoided me, and I couldn't help wondering if it was something I did or didn't do." "What? No, not at all." His hands rubbed her arms, and he tried to draw her against him, but she pulled away stiffly. "Marjorie, I don't even know how you can think that. You were fucking amazing last night." "But not so amazing that you wanted to see me today?" "I'm here, aren't I? I came out here looking for you. And to me, you were so goddamn amazing that I wanted you to sleep next to me all night last night. I didn't want you to leave. Do you know how rare that is for me?" "No," she answered honestly, and he was dumbstruck again. Of course she didn't know. He hid so much shit from her that she'd be appalled if she ever found out who he really was. Well, fuck. Something just came up," he said lamely. This time she looked at him. "Just stop it, Rob, okay?" "All right, I'm fucking lying. Nothing came up. I just freaked out tonight, but it had nothing to do with you and everything to do with me, all right? I'm a selfish fucker, and I shouldn't have blown you off. I didn't want to, and I know you don't believe that, but it's the truth." He grabbed her hand and pressed both of his around hers and held it against his chest. "The last thing I wanted to do was hurt you. I know you don't believe me, but I swear to God and Jesus and Buddha that it's the truth. You're the first person that has been genuinely happy to know me in fucking years, and you have no idea how good that feels, and how scared I am of fucking that up." "How can I believe you?" she asked in a soft voice. "Ask me for something," he said quickly. "Tell me what to do to make it up to you, and I will." "The rehearsal dinner is tomorrow night," she told him. "Dewey's my date, but—" "Wait," he said, a surge of jealousy roaring through him. "Who the fuck is Dewey?" Her mouth curled in a reluctant smile. "He's an 80-year-old man I met playing shuffleboard. He's lonely, so I introduced him to Agnes and Edna when we started spending time together." "Oh." His heart slowed down a little, just a little. "But I want you to be my date instead," she told him. "I'd love if you went to the rehearsal dinner with me." Oh, fuck. The moment he showed up, Logan Hawkins would lose his shit, and Rob's presence would ruin things for everyone involved. "I can't." She tried to pull her hand from his grip, flinching backward. "Marjorie," he began. "Let me go." He could hear the tears in her voice. "It's not what you think." "I think you're ashamed to be seen with me," Marjorie told him, her voice thick. "That's what I think. That it's perfectly okay to date Big Bird when no one sees you with her, right? But the moment someone will, all bets are off." That's not it at all.
No?
She tried to yank her hand out of his again. No, I'm not ashamed of you at all. I don't know why you would think that.
Because I'm 6'1", Rob, and because no one has even given me the time of day before I met you. So how am I supposed to think that 24 years of nothing is somehow magically changed after a week of your attention?
You're all so gorgeous as fuck, and my dick gets hard every time I look at you, he told her. Don't believe me? I'm hard for you right now because you're so fucking beautiful. To his surprise, she reached down and grabbed his junk. She looked a little startled to see he was, indeed, sporting wood. Then she quickly snatched her hand away again.
That could be anything. You could get hard for any woman you saw here.
That's not true. I've seen lots of women here, and you're the only one I'm interested in. I haven't dated anyone seriously in 3 years, maybe longer, because when they open their mouths, they no longer interest me. But you eat up my thoughts all day long. You make me wonder what you're thinking, even when you're not around me. I'm fucking crazy about you, Marjorie. Then go to the rehearsal dinner with me, she said in a soft voice. Fuck. He was cornered, wasn't he? There was no escaping this trap. Will nothing else make you happy? No, she said, and her voice was stubborn. That's what I want. I want us to go to the rehearsal dinner together. Then I'll go and put the final nail in his coffin. For you, if that's what you want. It is, she said, and a hesitant smile returned to her mouth. Is it truly so terrible to go out with me, Rob? It's not terrible at all. He pulled her against him, and this time she yielded, putting her arms around his neck so that her body pressed against his. Like I said, I'm utterly fucking crazy for you, Marjorie. I haven't felt this way about a woman. Ever. It's probably insane to be thinking about love and relationships after a week of spending time together, but the thought of you leaving me in a few days is like a knife in the gut. I don't want you to go home to Kansas City. I don't want you to go to New York. I want you to come to California with me. Come live with me and let us spend time together. I don't want to be apart from you a single day. Rob, she said softly, I don't know. You don't have to answer it today, or tomorrow. Just know that the offer stands, that the thought of you leaving me and returning to life without me makes me want to punch something with misery. You're the only good, decent person in my life. That's not true, she protested. You're a wonderful person. I'm not, he said bluntly. I'm a dick and an asshole, and I worry constantly that the moment you see who I really am, you're going to regret ever knowing me. Never. Never say never, sweetheart. He cupped her jaw. I can call you sweetheart still, can I? She nodded, her eyes shining in the moonlight. I missed you today, he told her in a soft, husky voice. Felt fucking endless because you weren't at my side. Today sucked, she agreed. Her hand moved down the front of his shirt, and to his surprise, she reached down and cupped his dick again. However, tonight has potential. Marjorie, he groaned. Had he thought he was hard before? That was nothing compared to how he was now. Her gentle touch turned his dick to steel. I want you to make love to me, Rob. Her mouth hovered near his, a teasing, almost kiss. Oh, fuck. That sounded like the best idea and the worst ever. If he fucked her tonight and she hated him tomorrow, she'd hate him even more. We can't, sweetheart. We can, she told him again, and rubbed her hand up and down his shaft, her touch so good that he had to pause and pull her hand away, or else he'd start humping her leg like a fucking dog. You're a virgin. We should wait so you don't make any rash decisions. Her fingers moved to his collar instead, and began unbuttoning his shirt. Christ, was his little virgin seducing him? She was far too fucking good at that, and he was having a hell of a time resisting. I don't know, she said. I think 24 years seems slow enough for me. Damn, she had a point.
I don't want to rush you. I wish you would. I've been waiting for you to pounce on me. She pressed her fingers inside his shirt, against his skin. It makes me feel sexy to know I can drive you crazy. This was pretty much every man's dream. So why did he have that sense of looming disaster? He wanted Marjorie. She wanted him. This should have been ideal. But again, Rob felt trapped. If he didn't sleep with Marjorie now, she'd think he was lying about finding her sexy. Her fragile ego would be crushed, and the relationship would be in ashes. As opposed to tomorrow, when it would be in ashes for completely different reasons. She leaned in, pressed a kiss to his neck, his collarbones. I don't want to leave this island without completely knowing you, Rob, and I don't want to leave a virgin. I've found the man I want to be with. And really, there was no choice for him after hearing that. Marjorie was his. She wanted to be his. He wanted her, too. If you're sure. She kissed him, open mouth, tongue seeking his. It wasn't a virginal kiss. It was a kiss asking for more. Well, all right then. He grabbed her and hauled her against him, picking her up. Just like he'd dreamed so many times. Those long legs went around his waist, and she wrapped her arms around his shoulders, not breaking the kiss. Let's go to my room, he told her. I have condoms up there.
Chapter 20. He didn't carry her all the way back to his room. As much as he'd wanted to, Marjorie had blushed and insisted otherwise. They'd walked back, hand in hand instead. They were quiet, but it wasn't an uncomfortable quiet. Rather, it was an anticipatory one. When they got into the hotel, Rob looked over at Marjorie. Did you want to go back to your room to get anything? She shook her head, eyes shining. She looked so goddamn thrilled. Why couldn't he shake the feeling that he was doing something incredibly dickish? He was cornered either way. He was going to either lose Marjorie tonight or lose her tomorrow. This way, he at least made her happy, right? He'd just have to deal with the fallout. They went up to his suite, and Rob locked the door and set the latch. He turned around. Marjorie, if you're sure... Quit asking me if I'm sure. I'm absolutely sure, she told him, and tore at the front of his shirt, ripping the buttons open. All right, then. He grabbed her and began to kiss her, his lips moving over hers in no longer a soft caress, but a firm conquest. He tongued her deep, and was aroused when she responded. There was his girl, the one who blushed like a virgin and kissed like a porn star. Groaning, Rob grabbed her by the ass and she wrapped her legs around him again, and then they staggered toward the bedroom. Once there, Rob dumped her onto the bed and covered her with his body and just kissed her. It seemed that Marjorie wouldn't settle for just kisses, though. She wriggled and moved her hips under him, frantic for more. Her hands were all over his shirt, pulling at it, desperate to get his clothes off. She wanted things to move fast, and this was his first virgin, and he knew that fast would probably be a bad call. He wanted to make sure she enjoyed the hell out of herself, to make sure that the next guy she fucked, she was as eager for his dick as she was for Rob's. Of course, thinking about her fucking another guy made him see red, and he gripped her hair tightly as his tongue thrust into her mouth, a silent claim. She was his, goddammit. His sweet blushing girl with the hint of freckles on her nose and the legs that went on for miles and goddamn miles. In response to his kiss, Marjorie whimpered and rocked against him, dragging her cunt along his dick. God, he loved her height. It made their bodies line up perfectly, and when she rubbed up against him, it felt like fucking paradise. He pushed his hand under the short skirt of her dress, gliding along one of her thighs. Her skin was warm to the touch, and bare under his hand, and just touching her inner thigh made him feel like he was about to come in his pants. His hand sought the apex of her thighs and pressed against her panty-covered mound. I can't wait to get a look at this, he told her, and pressed his thumb against her slit through the fabric, pushing down on her clit. She moaned and rubbed against him, her eyes closing. Oh, Rob, that feels so good. How is it you know exactly where to touch me? The answer was practice, of course. He'd fucked dozens of girls. But it seemed wrong to bring that up now, when he was in bed with the only woman he wanted. So he leaned in and nuzzled her neck, even as he rubbed his thumb against that perfect spot. Because your face is so expressive, sweetheart. I can tell exactly what touches you like and what touches you don't. I think I like all your touches, she said in a shy voice. Then I'll give you all of them, he told her, and didn't even care that it was a fucking corny-ass line. That was how he felt, damn it. For Marjorie, he'd do anything. He pressed his thumb against that little dip in her panties and felt it growing wet under his touch. So, are we hitting all the bases tonight? She gave him a shy smile and nodded. In that case, maybe we should hit up each one as we go, to make sure we cover everything. He reluctantly pulled his hand out from under her skirt. Tell me what first base is again. Kissing, she told him, her eyes bright with anticipation. Fuck, she was pretty. Her hair was tousled around her head, loose waves brushing against her neck. She'd tanned a bit this week, which meant her nose was even more freckled, her blue eyes brighter in her face. She was utterly lovely. As he gazed down at her, she licked her lips. I think we've already covered kissing, though. We'd better make sure we've tackled it at every angle, though, he told her, and leaned in and kissed her mouth. She kissed him back, eager and hungry for his caress. She made a soft little noise of protest when he pulled away from her lips, but he bent down again and kissed her nose, her cheek, her forehead, her jaw, every bit of skin he could touch as she lay back and gazed at him with an adoring look in her eyes. Then he cupped the back of her head, tangling his hand in her hair, and moved to her ear. She had the most adorable earlobes, really. For a girl with long legs, long fingers, and long feet, she had the most charming, dainty ears. They were tiny little shells that lay perfectly against her skull, and he ran a finger along the curve of one. I think I've never seen a more perfect ear. She giggled, squirming under his touch. I don't think anyone has ever complimented me on my ears before. Probably because they're too blown away by those gorgeous legs of yours. He leaned in and kissed her earlobe, then gently ran his tongue along the shell of her ear. She sucked in a breath and shivered under him, and her fingers seemed to clutch at him a little harder. His Marjorie liked that, did she? Encouraged, Rob continued to trace her ear with his tongue, then settled at her earlobe, licking and sucking at the soft skin. A little moan escaped Marjorie. How does that feel? He asked her, voice husky. His own arousal was threatening to take over him, but he'd ignore it, because this had to be fucking perfect for her. Last night, he'd come first. Tonight, she was going to, and she was going to come often. He'd make fucking sure of that. I feel good, she breathed. Fluttery. She shifted on the bed a little. Wet between my thighs. Ah, damn. The sound of that was like music to his ears. I'll get to your thighs soon, sweetheart. Tell them to be patient. She chuckled, and it broke off into a gasp as he began to kiss his way down her neck. First, he told her, we have to finish with first base, and I'm not done with the kissing. No? She asked tremulously. Her hands went to his hair, and she dragged her nails against his scalp, which felt fucking fantastic. Nope, there's still parts of you that I haven't kissed. Oh, I don't know that first base means that you kiss everything. She sounded so very serious. Are you sure? Is there a manual? She laughed. I'm pretty sure there's not a manual. He kissed across her delicate collarbones over to the other side of her neck. "Then how do you know? Best to just cover everything to make sure, don't you think?" "All right," she agreed softly, and gave a little sigh, arching her neck so he could access it more easily. "I'm game." And that aroused him like he couldn't fucking believe. He groaned and resisted the urge to rub his dick against her like a rutting beast. His mouth sucked on her skin where her shoulder met her throat, and he was pleased in a possessive sort of way to see the mark he left there. Marjorie would be covered with hickeys if it was up to him, but he didn't want to embarrass her. So he went on, brushing the strap of her dress aside as he continued to kiss her skin. He pushed the fabric down her arm, but it revealed a bra underneath. "I think this needs to come off if we're to continue with first base." "Is that so?" She sounded so breathless, so sweet, so incredibly fucking eager. "Yep, I think if we're going to do this right, we need to make sure we cover every inch." He tugged her by the hand until she was sitting up and helped her pull her dress over her head. Then she was just in her bra and panties and gazing up at him so trustingly. He couldn't help leaning in and kissing her again, even as she slid a hand behind her back and undid the clasp of her bra. It fell forward, and she shrugged it off her shoulders, and then she was topless, in nothing but a pair of tiny cotton panties that would be coming off soon as well. Not yet, but soon. He kissed her again on the mouth, and then laid her back down on the bed. Then he took her hand and pressed his mouth to her palm, then kissed each fingertip. From there, he proceeded to continue to kiss every inch of her skin as he moved along her arm, all the way back up to her shoulder. He could see that the tips of her breasts had gone taut with excitement, and he couldn't wait to bring his mouth there. Soon. Instead, he continued on to her other arm, kissing down the length and ending at her hand. Then those sweet breasts were ready for his mouth. He leaned over her torso, just enjoying the sight of them for a long, long time. Such pretty breasts, paler than the rest of her, with nary a hint of freckle. Her nipples were tiny, pink and tight, and when he leaned in, he could have sworn they practically stood, begging for his kisses. And who was he to disappoint such pretty tits? Rob kissed down the valley between her breasts, nuzzling the skin there, and enjoying the little shivers of response she gave. Then he moved to her left breast and began to slowly kiss around the nipple, teasing her with his teeth occasionally. When he'd kissed every inch of breast, except for the part that was puckered and waiting for his mouth, he leaned in and gave her nipple a quick, perfunctory kiss. He could practically hear the groan of dismay she stifled. Next, he moved to her other breast and repeated the same process, kissing around the plush slope until he got to the nipple, and then gave it a cursory peck. This time, she made a sound of frustration. "Not enough?" he asked. "All right, then." He cupped her breasts in his hands and then pushed both peaks together. Then he leaned in and savaged both tips with his mouth, dragging teeth and lips and tongue over one peak, and then moving over to the other to give it the same attention. Under him, Marjorie moaned and gasped, clearly loving this. Her nipples were quivering, and her lungs were heaving, and she was biting her lip. But her fingers were still dug into his hair, and when he tried to pull away, she dragged him back down to her breasts again. "We need to finish first base," he chastised her, releasing her breasts and then moving down her stomach. "Tease," she protested. He was. That was the point. He wanted Marjorie so worked up that she'd come the moment he put his mouth on her hot little pussy. Then he wanted her to come a few more times, so she was wrung out and satiated. So when he finally took her virginity, she'd be so swollen with pleasure and need that she wouldn't care if things hurt, as long as they felt good. Because it was all going to feel good. He'd make sure of that. So Rob kissed down her ticklish stomach, pressing his mouth lightly to her hips. When he reached the waistband of her panties, he felt her entire body tense. He knew she was anticipating what was next. But he liked to keep her guessing, so he skipped the hip region entirely and moved down to 1 foot. For some reason, he loved Marjorie's long feet. He knew they weren't dainty, not by a long shot, but they were delicate nevertheless, the arch feminine, and her tiny toes had the cutest little red pedicure. He kissed the arch of her foot, the tip of each toe, and then began to work his way up one long, smooth leg. And goddamn, but her legs were gorgeous, miles and miles long, with strong calves and perfectly shaped knees, ankles, and thighs. Really, he'd never seen a better pair of legs. Anyone that was turned off by her tallness only had to look at these gorgeous stems and realize that she'd been gifted with more than just an intimidating height. Then again, he liked that he was the one appreciating her for the first time. Maybe he should be thankful that the rest of the world was full of blind douchebags. He kissed one knee, then began to nibble along the inside of her thigh, watching with interest as she reacted to his mouth creeping closer and closer to her pussy. By the time he made it to the fabric of her panties again, she was stiff with anticipation. So he switched directions once more, moving to her other foot and then kissing his way up her leg. Then, when he could prolong it no longer, he put his hands to her panty-clad hips and looked up at her. "These are going to need to leave if we want to finish first base." She trembled, full body tremble, and God, he loved seeing that. He didn't want to scare her, though, or move too fast. "Do you want to leave these on?" Marjorie shook her head. "You can take them off." Excellent. Pleased, he nipped at the skin just above the panty line with his teeth and used his fingers to edge the fabric down an inch. With the new skin exposed, he pressed another kiss there, directly below her belly button. And then he eased the fabric down another notch and kissed the new skin just below. He was going in a straight line to her pussy, his intentions obvious, and it was a fucking wonderful tease. Her little shivers of reaction were driving him mad, his cock aching and hard in his slacks. The fabric was sticking to the head of his dick, thanks to the pre-cum he was leaking, but he ignored it. He ignored everything but Marjorie's soft sighs, her little movements that told him of pleasure, and her obvious anticipation. She enveloped his senses, the soft feel of her skin, the scent of her musk mingled with the light scent of the ocean, the tiny whimpers that were now starting to escape her throat. She was so incredibly responsive. He eased the panties down a little more, and now he had bush. It was a darker blonde than her hair, neatly trimmed, but not waxed. Natural. He liked that. It suited her. He kissed the patch reverently and continued to slowly ease the panties down. Another kiss. Then he could see where her slit began, and the teasing hint of her clit peeping out between her labia, and so he kissed it too, and gave it a little flick with his tongue. She made a sound a bit like "gah," as if all the air had been forced out of her throat. He ignored that, pleased, and continued to ease the panties down her thighs. For the next kiss, he had to bury his face between them and press in, seeking her flesh. He did, and she whimpered again. Her knees tried to slide apart to give him access, but the fabric of her panties held them together. She whimpered a protest again. He sat up and pulled her panties the rest of the way off. "I think we've sufficiently covered first base. What do you think?" She nodded, her face shining with a fine layer of sweat. Her lower lip looked swollen from where she'd been biting it, and she looked damn pretty. "So, what's second base again? Petting on the breasts, or just petting everywhere?" I think it's just the breasts." "But you're not sure?" He quirked an eyebrow.
No, she breathed.
Well then, I suppose I should pet any erogenous zones, shouldn't I? He rubbed his hands together and studied her. She lay flat back on the bed, looking very virginal, very aroused, and very uncertain. Now they were starting to venture into new territory, because he could imagine all kinds of fun places to put his hands and make her say, "Guh," again. But he'd start with the simple stuff, ease her into things. Because really, torturing his poor sweetheart was downright fun. Rob moved up her body and gave her another quick kiss on the mouth, and then he lay down next to her, on his side, so he could watch her as he petted and stroked her body. His hand went to her neck first, fingers gliding over the delicate veins visible just under her skin, and then trailed down to her breasts. He circled one fingertip around one areola, watching it pucker and her body jerk under his ministrations. "Very nice," he told her softly. He lightly pinched the tip, not enough to hurt, and gave it a little tug to elongate it. Her breast jiggled enticingly as he did, and he rubbed the underside with his fingers, soothing and petting her before moving back to the other breast and doing the same again. She was watching his hands, but she wasn't making those sweet noises he loved, so he knew that this wasn't driving her half as crazy as it was driving him. Time to change it up then. He cupped her breast, and his thumb rested against her nipple. Then he slowly rubbed it back and forth over the peak, little circles over the sensitive skin. That got a reaction. She arched her back, pressing her breast against his hand, and moaned. "Does that feel good, sweetheart?" he murmured, watching her expressive face as he continued to stroke her pebbled nipple. Her mouth worked silently, as if she wanted to answer him, but no sound came out. That was all right. He didn't need sound to know he was touching her the way she liked. The goosebumps on her flesh told him plenty. He rubbed her nipple a little longer, and then moved to the other breast, caressing it, and then teasing the peak there until it was as stiff and aching as the other one, and as stiff and aching as his cock. He had to admit, watching Marjorie give everything she had to him was incredibly arousing. She would never be a girl that was able to pretend. Everything showed on her face. If he didn't give her an orgasm, her expression would let him know. And if she was close, he'd know that too, all without her having to say a word, or point out to him just how she liked her pussy licked. Not that he would mind if Marjorie demanded that he lick her pussy, of course. That would be rather fun on its own, but he doubted that would happen any time soon. His virgin was still so shy. He leaned in and kissed her parted lips, dipping his tongue between them as he continued to tease her nipples. She moaned and pressed her tongue against his, distracted but seeking pleasure. Now came the part he'd been waiting for. "I'm going to move my hand south, Marjorie," he told her in a low voice. "And if you want me to stop, you tell me to stop, understand?" Her eyes opened, widened, and she nodded at him. Her hips rose in a silent plea, and he stroked his hands down her belly. She was lean, her stomach flat above her hips, but not bony. Strong, beautiful. He caressed his hand over her pussy, and then stroked one finger up and down her cunt lips. She was slick. "Nice and wet for me, sweetheart." She moaned, a sound that might have been his name, and her face tucked against his shoulder. That was all right. "Don't worry, love. I'll touch you carefully. I want to make this good for you." "I know," she said in a small voice. "And you touched me last night, too. This isn't new. But tonight I'm going to sink my fingers deep into that hot cunt of yours," he told her in a husky voice, pressing a kiss to her ear, since it was the closest to his face. "And I'm going to find your G-spot, and I'm going to make you come so hard you're going to squeeze around my fingers." Her only response was a gaspy little intake of breath. "Part your knees for me," he told her, and she did. Not wide, but enough for him. He carefully pushed one thigh open until she was spread for him, and then he glided his fingertips through her wetness again, learning her. She was wet from her clit to her core, and her flesh was hot and swollen with need. He licked his lips, eager to taste her and to thrust his tongue deep, but that was the next base. They'd get there. Instead, he took 2 fingers and placed them on either side of her clit, remembering what she'd liked from last night. Touching her like this allowed him to part her flesh a little more, and he rubbed his paired fingers on her clit, then dragged them down to the opening of her cunt. Then back up again, over and over, until she was rocking against his hand and making soft little noises in her throat. Her moisture was all over his hand, soaking him in her scent. "I'm going to push a finger inside you, Marjorie," he told her. Even as he rubbed back and forth, the sides of her clit all the way down to her dripping wet core. "And tell me if I'm going too fast or if it hurts. All right, sweetheart?" She nodded against his shoulder, her face tense. Watching her face, he slowly circled one finger against her entrance, and then sank it in. Marjorie gasped, raising her hips even as he pushed his finger into her. The expression on her face filled with wonder. Sweet fucking God, she was like heaven. Tight and hot and impossibly wet. She clamped around his finger as if she were sucking it. Oh, fuck. That was going to feel like paradise on his dick. It really was. But she'd need to stretch a little more first. "How does that feel, sweetheart?" He slid his finger almost all the way out, leaving nothing but the tip inside her hot cunt, and then moved it slowly back inside again. "It feels odd. Tight." She bit her lip. "Good?" "Good is a start," he told her, leaning in and kissing her brow once more. Her face was tight, but she wasn't panicking, which was also good. If she panicked, she'd tense up, and then he'd never even be able to get a second finger inside her. He pushed his finger in and out of her slowly, and when she no longer tensed with every movement, he added a second finger and pushed into her. This time, she whimpered and buried her face against his chest. "That feels a little tight." Hell yes, it did. His cock throbbed, demanding to seat itself into that tight, wet warmth. Rob ignored it. He'd push into her when she was ready, and not a moment sooner. Instead, he continued to stroke in and out of her with his 2 fingers, until she was slippery with need, and her face pressing against his chest held urgency, her hand tight against his shirt. "Rob," she panted, "that feels good, but—" "But you need more?" he guessed. Most women did. He kept his 2 fingers sunk into her, and his thumb found her clit, and he began to rub it, trying to encourage her into her first orgasm. She cried out, and her body seemed to light up. That combination worked, he thought, with a masculine jolt of pride. He thrust his fingers into her again, and rubbed on her clit, and she gasped again, her hips rising when he repeated the motion. Then he picked up the pace, thrusting into her like he wanted to do with his cock, and she panted and mewed against him, her hips trembling as she lifted them with every plunge of his fingers into her wet warmth. Then he pressed his thumb against her clit hard and rubbed. She made a soft keening noise, and her fingers spasmed, and he felt her cunt clench around his hand. Her first orgasm of the night. He continued to work his fingers in and out of her, watching her as she came, stretching out the pleasure for her until she was limp and trembling in his arms, and his fingers slipped in and out of her with noisy ease. He scissored them inside her, and when she didn't respond with more than a sigh, he pulled his fingers free of her pussy and brought them to his lips. She tasted fucking amazing. That was an exceedingly delicious base, he told her, licking his fingers clean of her taste. She moaned a soft agreement against him. So, third is next? His hand stroked down her side, caressing her. Or are you done for the night, love? Marjorie blinked at him, dazed. No, I'm not done. Good, because I'm not done with you. Third base, I believe, is where I get to eat your pussy, right? Her cheeks turned pinker, and she nodded. I believe that's what it is, yeah. My favorite. He pressed a kiss to her mouth, and then got up off the bed. He turned and gazed at her, naked and sprawled and breathless in his sheets, and felt another surge of masculine pride. Utterly lovely, and all his. He ran a hand down his impatient dick, reminding it that it would get its chance later. She propped up on her elbows. What do you want me to do? Just lie back and enjoy, sweetheart. I want you to come all over my face. He knelt beside the bed and pressed his stomach against the mattress. She gave him a confused look until he grabbed her by each thigh and dragged her toward him, until the V of her sex was inches away from his face. Put your thighs over my shoulders, he instructed her. She did, and he could feel the trembling racing through her body. Tell me if this is too much for you and you want me to stop, he told her in a husky voice. You don't have to. I don't have to do anything, he corrected, and gave her a smug grin. But eating you out has been on my to-do list all fucking week long, and I can't wait to get started. She fell back onto the covers with a little sigh. He studied the pussy in front of his face. He'd fingered it, sure, but getting a close look at it was a pleasure all its own. Her labia were swollen with need, and they were delicately pink, as was the clit that seemed to be begging for attention as well. You have a rather lovely cunt, he told her in a husky voice. Thank you? He pressed his thumb to one side of her sex, parting her slick lips and revealing more of her to his eyes. There, her little clit was swollen, and he leaned in and gave it a teasing lick. Her body jolted, and then she squirmed. Her hands went above her head and wrapped in the blankets. Oh, feel good? Feels like too much, she moaned. No such thing. He leaned in and tongued it again. Her sweet taste filled his mouth, the scent of her enveloping him. There was a hint of musk to Marjorie's delicate flavor, and he couldn't get enough of her. He began to lick her in earnest, dragging his tongue over her labia and collecting all the moisture he could find. His tongue glided up and down, and he nibbled on the lips of her sex when she got too silent. He liked her making those little noises of surprise and pleasure as she experienced oral sex for the first time. He wanted to blow her mind with it, so he did his best to keep her on edge. He licked his way up again, and then began to swirl his tongue around her clit. She moaned and began to rock her hips against his face, grinding them against his mouth. And fuck, that was hot. I goddamn love third base, he whispered into her flesh. She moaned in agreement, and he tongued her clit again. He wanted more of her, though. Wanted her to come on his face just like he'd told her. So he pushed her hips up a little higher, and his tongue sought out the entrance to her cunt. It was just as swollen as the rest of her sex, and wet with need, and he stabbed his tongue into her. She shrieked, "Oh my gosh!" Now that was more like it. He tongued her again, pumping his tongue into her like he wanted to do with his cock. She moaned and writhed against him again, and he heard her breathing speed up, heard her little moans turn into a soft, "Oh, oh, oh," and knew she was getting close again. His dick jerked in response, and he had to pause in his pussy eating, or else he was going to lose control himself. She was overwhelming him. So he pulled his tongue free and kissed her labia and licked her slowly, and she sank back on the bed again, rolling her hips leisurely as his mouth explored her, and Rob tried to think about unsexy things that would kill his raging hard-on for just a bit longer. So he thought about Marjorie with a big fake hard set of tits shoved onto her chest, size DDD pressing out of those tiny breasts, and a chop job that left her tits lopsided and her nipples weirdly shaped. Yeah, that did it. Rob liked a lot of things on girls. Big thighs, small thighs, big butts, small butts. But he was particular about tits, and he liked a pair of natural ones. With a mental shiver at that thought, he pressed another kiss to her pussy. "Do you like my mouth on you, sweetheart?" She moaned, and one hand went to the back of his head, pressing him back down and silently instructing him to get back to business. He chuckled. "I'll take that as a yes." He gave her clit another lick, and then sank his tongue deep inside her again, and she squirmed and bucked against him so much that he knew she was close to another orgasm. He'd get her there, too. The taste of her was stronger here, and her cunt juicy with her slick heat. He flicked his tongue inside her, and decided to add a little something extra to things. He pulled his mouth free and kissed her inner thigh. "Grip me with these, sweetheart." She did, her firm thigh muscles clenching against his neck. Perfect. Rob sank his tongue into her again, and as he did, one hand went to her clit and began to tease it in time with the strokes of her tongue. She gave a little squeal, and her hips bucked against him. "Oh, gosh. Oh." Her pussy ground against his face, and she was practically shoving her cunt against his tongue, which was hot as fuck. His own hips pushed against the bed as he continued to eat her out, his thumb rubbing against her clit as he worked her with his tongue, and she moaned and cried out his name, over and over, her hips rocking against him until her movements became so needy and so quick that she was doing little more than quivering against his tongue, her voice a high-pitched cry that seemed to go on and on. And then she was coming, and she clenched him so hard with her thighs that she nearly cut off his circulation, and her juices flooded his tongue and his mouth, and he lapped at her, his thumb still working her clit to draw the orgasm out and make it last forever. God, she was sexy. Sexy and responsive and all goddamn his. And still a virgin, but not for long. His cock was more than ready to seal the deal, and so was the rest of him. Reluctantly, he pulled his face away from her hot, sweet pussy. His mouth and cheeks were wet from her juices, and he tugged at his shirt and pulled it free of his belt, then wiped his face clean. Marjorie's legs hung over the side of the bed, and she lay back, stunned, staring up at the ceiling, her face flushed. He chuckled. "Did I break you, sweetheart?" "That's twice," she said in a dreamy voice. "My legs feel like noodles, but I feel so, so good." "Good enough to cover that last base, do you think?" She languidly sat up on the bed and licked her lips. "But, Rob, we haven't done any of the bases for you." "Aw, damn." His cock hurt so bad at the sound of that. "I know, sweetheart. We'll get to me some other night. Tonight is about you and your virginity. You sure you want to lose it? You won't hurt my feelings if you change your mind." "I'm sure," she told him softly, her eyes shining. If she wanted to move forward, then there was no turning back now. At this point, though, Rob didn't want to turn back. He wanted to shove his cock into her plush, wet warmth and revel in how tight she was. He wanted to bury himself in her and feel her all around him, see her eyes widen with pleasure as he stroked inside her. So, yeah, he was a selfish bastard. But that was what she wanted, right? So he gave her one last quick kiss and got out of bed, heading to the bathroom to shed his clothes and seek out a condom. He tore the package open, and rolled it down his aching length, then headed back into the room with Marjorie. She'd sat up on the bed and was gazing at him with anticipation in her eyes. Her hair was a tangled mess around her face, but it only made her lovelier in his eyes. He moved back to the bed and eased her back down onto her back and began to kiss her again, his knee moving between her legs to separate them. She kissed him back, at first hesitant, then growing with excitement as the kisses grew more intense. When she made a soft noise in her throat, he reached down between them and stroked his fingers through the wet, velvety petals of her pussy. "Are you ready, sweetheart?" "Ready," she breathed against his mouth. "I'm yours, Rob." "I know," he murmured, and flicked at her clit before sinking 2 fingers deep. She took him with a little sigh, her hips arching, and so when he stroked in again, he added a 3rd finger, attempting to stretch her for his cock. She clung to his neck, and her mouth locked onto his, kissing him over and over again. Then he could put it off no longer. His cock ached with need, and her cunt was slippery around his fingers, and the girl in his arms was sighing and panting with desire. Rob pushed his weight on top of her, and then braced his arms against her sides. He spread her long legs wide, and then lay his hips against hers until his cock was pressing against her sex. Her eyes widened. "Oh, that feels good." He took his dick in one hand and rubbed it up and down through her folds, lubricating it with her wetness. "Are you ready for me?" She nodded, and her hands went to his neck, the look on her face utterly trusting. When his cock was wet enough, and he could stand it no longer, Rob put his hand on her inner thigh and pushed her leg back against the bed, spreading her wide for him. Then, guiding his length to her entrance, he fitted the head against her heat and looked back up at her. "Still okay?" She bit her lip. "Feels very big." "That's because it is," he said. "But you'll take me in. It'll be delicious and snug, and it'll feel so good that neither of us will be able to stand it." "I'm ready then," she said in a soft voice. So he began to push into her. She was still tight, despite his efforts to stretch her to take him. Well lubricated and wet, but still tight. Pushing his cock into her was an exquisite torture. He inched the head inside, pausing with every breath that she sucked in. Slowly, he fed his length into her until he was about halfway in, and she squirmed against him. "Hurts," she whispered. He was in intense agony, too. His cock was aching madly, but he forced himself to lean in and give her another comforting kiss until she relaxed again, and then he began to slowly stroke into her, pushing himself a little deeper each time. She moaned, her first encouraging sign in what felt like endless minutes. So he continued to kiss and murmur sweet things against her mouth, even as his hips rocked against hers, and he continued to press deeper and deeper, determined to seat himself fully inside her tight passage. She was squeezing him like a glove, and it felt so fucking good that it was driving him insane with need. And then, after what felt like forever, he was in. He was seated to the hilt, his balls resting against her skin. He paused for a moment, reveling in the sensation. Then he gave his hips a little swivel and looked down at the silent woman underneath him. "How do you feel?" She was panting, but the panicked look had gone from her face. Instead, she looked thoughtful. "Very full," Marjorie admitted. "It's a good feeling. I expected it to hurt more, though." "You're very wet, and I'm very careful," he told her, then reached down to caress one of her pretty breasts. "Let me know when you're ready for me to start moving." "Go ahead," she told him. "I'm ready." And she even gave him a little wriggle of encouragement. Thank fucking God. Holding still was killing him. Gazing down at her, Rob carefully worked his hips, pulling out and sinking back in again, ever so slowly. Her flesh was swollen around him, and she was so incredibly tight. It felt amazing for him, but the way she gave a tiny flinch here and there told him that it wasn't quite amazing for her yet. He continued to play with her breast as he stroked in and out of her. Still hurt? She shook her head. It did at first, but it's gone now. Now it just feels kinda nice. Rob chuckled. Only kinda? His ego could hardly stand it. Mind if I speed up? Be my guest, she said, and then giggled at the inanity of it. Be my guest to my pussy. He laughed too, because the look on her face was so beautiful with its happiness. Only Marjorie would get the giggles while he was balls deep inside her. And it was so fucking perfect that he couldn't help himself. This time, when he stroked into her, he wasn't gentle, and he wasn't slow. He was rough, and he was hard, just like he wanted to be with her. And her eyes widened, and the giggle died. She clung to him tighter. Hurts? He asked. But she shook her head, blinking. Felt different, deep inside me. That he liked. He thumbed her sweet little nipple and teased it even as he pumped into her again. Wrap your legs around me if you want. She did, and those heavenly thighs gripped his hips. He helped her change the angle a little, adjusting her hips and legs until she was in the perfect position, and he sank hard and deep again. She gasped. Oh, that was... Oh, I think I need to feel that again. Her nails dug into his skin. He was more than happy to oblige. Then he began to piston into her soft flesh, his cock driving into her fast and furious. He was unable to hold back, and he let go of her breast to anchor her hips into the perfect spot for driving into her. She wasn't protesting either. That soft little guh sound escaped her again, and her thighs grew tighter against him, and she was raising her hips to meet his every rough thrust. Her eyes closed, and a look of intense concentration was on her face, as if she were trying very hard to focus on pleasure. And he was in fucking heaven himself, her wet cunt like a hot glove, and her body taking everything he was giving her. He continued to thrust into her without finesse, working her over until his balls were slapping against her skin with every thrust, and she was giving these breathless little moans, and her tits were jiggling with every pound of his cock into her. Oh, she moaned again. Oh, I think I feel something. Squeeze me with your legs, Marjorie, he instructed her, angling her hips again. He hadn't found her G-spot yet, but she was squirming and moving so much that it was hard to pin down. But when she obeyed, and her legs clenched tight around him, he grabbed her hips again and raised her higher, and his cock pumped into her again. This time, her eyes flew open. Oh, fuck! What was that? A laugh burst from him. That was the perfect angle. And he stroked into her again. Oh, fuck! She cried out again, and then she gave another little shrill cry as he pounded into her once more. Oh, my fuck! You coming, sweetheart? Fuck! She yelled in his ear, and he felt her cunt quiver around him. That was all he needed to know. He pushed into her hard, rough, and she gave a little scream, her body clenching around him as she came. He thrust rough and hard, and then he came himself, his release finally roaring through him, so fiercely that black spots swam before his eyes, and he momentarily lost his breath. He gave her another slow stroke, finishing his orgasm, and then fell forward onto her, their damp skins sticking together as they both sought to catch their breath. And, damn if that wasn't an amazing fuck. Maybe one of the best he'd ever had. With a gusty sigh, he gave her another quick kiss, and then rolled off of her so he didn't crush her with his weight. Marjorie made a soft sound of protest as he did. You weren't heavy. I liked the way you felt. I like the way you feel underneath me, he said, skimming a hand down her sweat-damp flesh. But I should probably take this condom off. Reluctantly, he hauled out of bed and went to the bathroom and cleaned himself up. Then he returned with a damp washcloth and gestured at Marjorie. Let me do the honors. Her face flushed bright red, but she obediently opened her legs for him, and he bathed her tender tissues, noting that she had bled a little, but not a ton. Good. He hadn't wanted to hurt his virgin. Virgin no longer, though. He couldn't help feeling a little pride at that. Marjorie was now his, body and soul. He returned the washcloth to the bathroom, and then climbed back into bed with her, dragging her body against his, and tangling his legs with her long, slim ones. Stay the night with me, he told her, pressing kisses against her shoulder blades as they spooned. I sleep better when you're against me. I have to wake up early, she cautioned him, but she didn't move a muscle to get out of bed. I'll set the alarm. Just stay with me. Always, she murmured softly, and as his hand cupped her breast, her hand covered his. And it felt fucking perfect. I love you, she said softly to him. Rob only squeezed her tighter against him, dread clenching in his stomach. She might love him now, but what about tomorrow, when she learned the truth about who he really was? Chapter 21. For some reason, Rob was sweating, even though the temperature on the thermostat read a balmy 74 degrees. Marge adjusted his tie for him, and then smoothed a hand down the shoulders of his black formal jacket. You okay? He gave her a distracted smile. Great. Peachy. Marjorie nodded, but didn't bring it up again. She couldn't shake the feeling that Rob was unhappy at having to attend the rehearsal dinner with her, but she didn't want to back down. This meant something to her. This meant he'd come out in front of all of her friends and would show them just how much being with her meant to him. And she needed that. She needed that badly. So she put aside any twinges of misgiving at Rob's stiff attitude. Last night had more than made up for any hint of distraction today. Dreamily, she put on the last touches of her makeup in his mirror and tried not to think about how incredibly intimate and mind-blowing losing her virginity had been. She'd expected it to be good. With Rob, she'd expected it to be great. But she hadn't quite anticipated 3 leg-noodling orgasms in a row that sent her screaming over the edge and cussing. The way he'd been able to bring her body to orgasm had been downright shameless, and she was already anticipating tonight. Gretchen had laughingly given all of the bridesmaids expensive sex toys as gifts yesterday, and Marjorie had blushed, mortified, when she'd received her intimidating-looking, rabbit vibrator. Now, she was wondering if Rob would use it on her, and how that would feel. But then her lipstick was finished, and she looked at the clock, and it was time to go. I suppose we should head on down, she told him. That's fine, Rob said, his voice surprisingly toneless. I'm ready when you are. She emerged from the bathroom and smiled at him, hoping he'd approve of her dress. It was a peachy thing, made of a floaty chiffon that tied under her breasts and her neck, and made her long form look willowy. She'd loved it, but it was too flimsy and formal for anything but a wedding. Tonight, however, it was perfect, and she felt a bit like a princess, especially with her sparkly heels. And her very own Prince Charming on her arm. Shall we go? She prompted when he didn't move. He looked over at her then, and it seemed as if he was focusing on her for the first time. To her surprise, he pulled her against him and took her mouth in a hard, passionate kiss that made her dazed with pleasure. When he finally pulled away, she was breathless, and her trembling fingers moved to his lips to wipe her lipstick off. What was that for? That was because you're beautiful, and I've never felt about anyone the way I feel about you. Marjorie smiled. That was close to an admission of love. Close. I love you, she said softly. Thank you for coming with me. The smile he gave her was grim. No need to thank me. Marjorie fought the impending sense of doom as they left Rob's room and headed down to the lobby of the hotel. The red ballroom had been reserved for the rehearsal dinner, and it was on the main floor, down a private hall. And Marjorie held Rob's hand, and for the first time in what felt like forever, she felt beautiful and confident, despite the fact that she was 6 inches taller than her date in her high heels. With Rob, it didn't matter, because he made her feel beautiful no matter what. When they got to the double doors, there was a bodyguard in a tuxedo checking names. They stood in line with other chatting, formally dressed people, but Marjorie didn't recognize them. Rob seemed to grow even more nervous, and his hand was squeezing hers tightly. Was Rob shy? Was that the problem? He didn't seem like the type. They got to the door, and Marjorie smiled at the man with the clipboard. Marjorie Iverson and date. Date's name? The man asked, scanning his list with a pen. Odd that they should ask. Rob Cannon. The guard looked up and frowned at them. Please wait here. Marjorie, Rob said as they stepped aside. The guard slipped into the room, closing the double doors behind him. She frowned. Maybe the wedding party is supposed to go through a different door? I didn't ask. It's not you, Rob told her. It's me. I should leave. What? No, I want you here with me, Marjorie told him, panic and hurt threading through her. You're my date. I don't see why that's an issue. You'll see, he said in a low, defeated voice. The doors to the dining hall swung open, and out stormed Logan. He was followed by 2 big men in tuxedos that were clearly security, and they headed straight for Marjorie and Rob. You piece of shit, Logan snarled, pointing at her date. I can't believe you have the balls to come here. He rushed forward and grabbed Rob by the lapels of his jacket. Marjorie gave a little scream, looking on in dismay. What's going on? It's okay, Marjorie, Rob said, an unnatural smile on his face. He put his hands in the air, as if conceding a battle. My friend Logan here is just a little upset I came to his party. I warned you a dozen times about fucking with my wedding, Logan said, and for a horrible moment, Marjorie thought Logan was going to punch Rob. I invited him, she said, stepping up when it didn't look like Rob was going to defend himself. Logan looked over at her, as if seeing her for the first time, and then back at Rob. His sneer grew worse. Really? Even after I warned you? Warned him? Marjorie asked. Warned him about what? Nothing, sweetheart, Rob said. Logan's just losing his temper over nothing. Over nothing? She's a nice girl, and she deserves better than you. I told you to fucking stay away from her. Why would Logan want Rob to stay away from her? Confused, Marjorie looked from one man to the other. I don't understand. I'll go where I want, when I want, Rob told Logan. He looked utterly furious and resigned at the same time, as if he'd been expecting this. You sure as fuck can't tell me who to date. Logan's lip curled. Isn't that what you wanted, though? A way to get my attention? Well, you have it. Fuck off, Rob snapped. This isn't about that. Isn't it? Logan said. You've been blackmailing me by threatening to sick the press on my goddamn wedding for the last week and a half. And now you're sleeping with one of the bridesmaids as your ticket in? That's low. Wait. Sleeping with her to get into the wedding? Marjorie's eyes widened, and she looked over at Rob. That's not true, is it? Of course it's not fucking true, Rob shot back, giving her a briefly wounded look for doubting him. Marjorie's voice was quiet. Then what does he mean about blackmailing him? He looked at Logan, and Marjorie could visibly see Logan's jaw clench. The man looked terrifying. She knew he was protective of Bronte, but she couldn't quite grasp why he was flying out here to defend her from Rob. Then Rob moved toward her and took her hand. Dazed, she let him grip it, and he gave her a little squeeze and leaned in. "We need to talk, you and I. Somewhere private. I'll explain everything." "I told you to leave her alone," Logan said in a warning voice. The two bodyguards behind him started to move forward. "No," Marjorie said, interrupting. She put up a hand to stop them, and then looked at Rob. "I'll go with you, but I want answers." He nodded and began to tug her forward by the hand down the hall. "Come on. We need some privacy. Let's go to the gardens." She let him drag her along after him, her mind swirling with questions and worry. People stared at them as they rushed past, and she felt a bit of humiliation at being turned away at the door to the rehearsal dinner. What on earth was wrong with her date? Why did Logan hate him so much? And what had he meant by blackmailing? She'd spent most of the week with Rob, and he'd seemed happy to be in her company. In fact, he hadn't wanted her to leave his side. But still, why did Logan think Rob was using her to get to the wedding? And why was Rob being so weird about it? An unhappy gnawing settled in her stomach, making her feel ill. This all had to be a mistake. It had to be. A misunderstanding of some kind. As they walked out into the gardens of the resort, though, a trio of men came down another path heading toward them. They had cameras on their shoulders, and the one in front carried a microphone. Oh no! Marjorie tensed even as the men approached. "Well, hello there, gorgeous. You interested in playing tits or GTFO? Oh, hey, hi there, Mr. Cannon." The man with the microphone looked surprised and confused. "What are you doing here?" Rob said, his voice a snarl. He pushed Marjorie behind him protectively. "I thought I told you fucks to get off this island." "It's all right," Marjorie murmured, running a soothing hand down Rob's sleeve. He was so furious that she was worried there'd be a new scene in the gardens, and then they'd be surrounded by people again. "Let's just go." "Sorry, boss," said the man with the microphone sheepishly. "We've been getting some good filming, so we figured it wouldn't hurt to stay another day or two." "You figured wrong. I told Smith that you guys were to leave the island. You're all fucking fired." Betrayal made her skin prickle with realization. Stomach churning, Marjorie jerked her hand from Rob's, the conversation finally sinking in. "Boss? These men are your employees?" Rob turned to look at her, frustration clear on his face. "Let's just go to the gazebo and talk, Marjorie. Please. I'll explain everything." "Start explaining now," she said, hands on her hips, and a horrible, nightmarish ache in her heart. This was beyond hurt, beyond disappointment. She felt like ice, all frozen inside. Somehow, though, she managed to stay upright, even though it felt like her heart was breaking into a million tiny pieces. "Fine," Rob said, and raked a hand through his hair nervously. He looked around, and then gestured at a nearby carved stone bench. The camera crew stood there awkwardly for a minute, until Rob turned to them. "Get the fuck out of here. You're all still fired." Trembling, Marjorie sat on the bench and clasped her hands on her knees, forcing a calm to her expression that she didn't quite feel. She watched, sick to her stomach, as Rob sat next to her and then rubbed his face again. "I'm not the man you think I am, Marjorie," Rob told her, clearly miserable. "I think I'm starting to understand that." Her voice shook a little, despite all her attempts to appear strong and in control. "So, who are you, really?" He gave a small, ironic chuckle and a shake of his head. "I kept waiting for you to Google me, you know? To look up all my dirty misdeeds and then throw them in my face. I just never expected you to actually trust me. No one does, you know. He rubbed his jaw and glanced over at her. For the record, all the shit in the tabloids is fake. What? Things in the tabloids. The coke, the models, the late-night parties. It's all just PR. That, and once your rep hits a certain point, you can't blow your nose in public without everyone assuming you just did lines in the bathroom. Rob, I don't understand what you're talking about, Marjorie told him. Start over. I don't know what any of this means. Is Rob even your real name? It's my real name, he agreed. Robert Cannon, owner of the Man Channel and a few other networks. The Man Channel, she murmured, trying to think. It sounds sexist. It is. We specialize in lowbrow humor, titty shots, and whatever we can get away with on basic cable. She recoiled. That sounded revolting. Why? Gosh, why? It was exactly the sort of thing she hated. Why peddle women? Fuck, I don't know. Because there's money to be made there and I'm good at it? He rubbed his neck, clearly uncomfortable with having to explain himself. When I was a kid, I grew up in a group home because no foster home wanted an 8-year-old boy with attitude problems. I had nothing to my name but 3 shirts and 2 pairs of pants. Nothing. Nada. When I hit 18, they tossed me out, patted me on the back, and told me to go earn a living. So I joined the army. And after 2 years in the army, I didn't re-up. I hated it. I wanted to be my own boss. My own man. All my life, I'd answered to someone. So, a buddy and I got drunk one night, and we started spitballing ideas. I don't know who came up with the whole show me your tits idea for a show, but it worked. We started doing videos, and they got carried on late-night TV, and then eventually we made our own network. I bought out my buddy and continued expanding on things until I made the Man Channel a household name. I made it from nothing. I think it's awful, she told him with a small shake of her head. You're preying on women. I'm not preying on anyone, Rob said, in an irritated tone that told her he'd had that conversation before. You are. I've seen clips of the show. The women are drunk or pressured by the men to the point that they feel like they have to give in. That's not fair. It's just a stupid show, Marjorie. It wasn't so stupid when they came after me, she said quietly. To that, he said nothing. And those men with the cameras are your employees, she said slowly. And they're here to mess up Logan's wedding. Yes. No, actually. Okay, fuck. He raked a hand through his hair again. Where do I start? So I came to the island wanting a business deal with Hawkins for a new channel. I figured if I caught him on vacation, I might loosen him up. I had no idea he was here to get married. Anyhow, I nearly drowned, and you saved me. And from that point on, it became my goal to find out who you were, because I was already half in love with you at first sight. He looked over at her, and his expression was tender and hopeful. Hers remained horrified. He sighed. Right. Anyhow, I was leaving that night when I ran into you in front of the hotel, so then I decided to stay a few more days to get to know you. In the meantime, Logan finds me in the bar and won't give me the time of day. Said I was not doing the kind of business he was interested in, and to get off the island because I was fucking up his wedding. I got pissed and told my tits crew to come here and make a nuisance of themselves. Once they accosted you, I told them to leave. It seems they don't take orders very well. He grimaced. Recognition dawned on her face. And this is why you stood me up yesterday, because Logan would see you and know you were spending time with me. Yup, and I never wanted to hurt you at all, not in the slightest. The look on his face was fierce. But I was trapped. Logan thinks I'm using you to get to him, and that's not true. She didn't know if she believed him. She wanted to, desperately. But years of long, lonely experience had taught her that hot, interesting guys didn't go for the 6-foot-tall chick. So she was leaning more toward Logan's suggestion, too, which hurt. Bad. So Logan thinks you're using me. He nodded. And yet, you slept with me last night, knowing that today I'd find out who you were? Can't blame a guy for wanting a little taste of paradise before being condemned to hell. Her jaw dropped.
That is repulsive.
He rubbed his face again. I wasn't going to touch you, Marjorie. I really wasn't. Hell, you wouldn't take no for an answer. And you were so sweet and so fragile that I felt like if I turned you down, I'd have hurt you even more. The smile he shot in her direction was bitter, tormented. I was fucking stuck. Either love you and leave you, or just leave you. I chose to get one night out of things at least. He was right, she realized with a sick feeling in her stomach. She'd been so relieved when he showed up and made her feel pretty again, that she'd all but begged him to take her virginity. Oh, sweet mercy, it was so shameful. You must have had a good laugh at the ignorant virgin who thought you were her knight in shining armor. I never laughed at you, not once, Rob said, his face solemn. I never cared what anyone thought about me until I met you. I grew up thinking I was completely unlovable and didn't give a shit. Everyone in the world could think I was some sort of douchebag in a business suit, and I didn't care a whit, until I met you. You're the only person I've ever cared about what you thought of me. He reached for her hand and tugged it between his. And I love you. Funny how the I love you didn't come last night in bed when she'd told him how she felt. It only came now, when he felt cornered, trapped. Hot tears blurred Marjorie's vision, and she swiped at them angrily. How can you sit there and tell me that you love me when all you've done is lie to me? I was trying to protect you. From who you really are? Who's going to protect all those women from you? The women you pay to debase themselves for your viewers. Marjorie, it's not like that. It's exactly like that, she cried, pulling her hand from his. How would you feel if those men showed up right now and I felt pressured to take my top off, and then it showed on TV? His jaw clenched. I told them to leave you alone. Because you're the boss, she pointed out. If you weren't and they harassed me, I might have done it just to make them go away. Then how would you feel? He said nothing, just gazed at her with wounded eyes. Those women are someone else's daughters, their sisters, their girlfriends. You're profiting off of bullying them. What do you want me to say, Marjorie? I love you. I never intended on falling in love, but I'm crazy about you. If you want me to say I'm sorry, I will. If you want me to sell the network, I will. I love you. I'd do anything for you. I loved you from the moment I saw you. I don't know if I can still love you, Rob. The man I loved was a lie. No. His nostrils flared, and he glared at her. I've been me with you this week. That's who I really am. That wasn't a lie. The man I fell in love with wouldn't hurt women. He treats me like gold, she said softly. I loved the man who was kind and gentle to me, who held my hand and rescued me from creeps, not the man who hires the creeps. Marjorie, please. He grasped her hand in his, pulled it to his mouth, and kissed her knuckles. I adore you. I adore everything about you. I've never met someone like you, and I can't wait to spend every minute with you. Give me another chance. Let me redeem myself in your eyes. Please. I want you with me. When I go back to California, I want you to come with me and give me another chance. I can change. Her heart was breaking at the pain in his handsome face, his smoky green eyes. How many times had she dreamed of having a man tell her that he loved her and wanted her? And how was it that Rob, who was so perfect for her in so many ways and made her feel so cherished and loved, could turn out to be so awful underneath?
She felt utterly betrayed and stupid, and she just hurt from head to toe. Her heart hurt the worst. "I can't, Rob. I don't want to lose you. How much is Bronte going to pay you? I'll double it. No, I'll triple it. You can be my assistant. 2 of mine are fucking idiots anyhow." She reluctantly pulled her hand from his, wanting to weep at how her body still wanted him, even though her heart felt torn asunder. "I'm sorry, Rob. I have a rehearsal dinner to get to." "Marjorie, please." She shook her head. Just leave me alone, okay?" As she walked away on wobbly feet, she kept expecting him to come after her. She looked back, once, and saw Rob still sitting at the bench, a haunted expression on his face. He could beg her to forgive him as nicely as he wanted, but in the end, she didn't trust him. She didn't know the real Rob. Did the real Rob go on moonlit swims with tall girls and take them out for ice cream simply because they wanted to spend time together? Did the real Rob want to impress a girl so much that he wore a sweater vest and took her to bingo? Or was the real Rob a manipulator who wore a million faces and would say whatever she wanted to hear just so he could get into the wedding? She felt sick. Chapter 22. The rehearsal dinner was lovely, despite the fact that Marjorie sat alone, the seat next to her uncomfortably empty. Her friends did their best to make her feel wanted and happy. She'd never felt more loved by her friends. Which was ironic, because all she wanted to do was run up to her room and have a good crying session. She couldn't, though, because she didn't want to ruin Bronte's happiness. So she smiled and acted like she was fine. She laughed and chatted and shook hands and gave her small, shaky little speech at the rehearsal dinner. Her smile felt pasted on, but if anyone noticed her stiff, frozen look, they kept it to themselves. And afterward, when all the women piled into several limos and headed out for the official bachelorette party, Marjorie was amongst them, doing her best to have fun. Somehow she found a seat in the limo next to Bronte, who hugged her and didn't say anything. And Marjorie hugged her back, tears threatening. They were quiet in each other's arms for a long moment, while the others chatted and drank around them. Then Bronte leaned into Marjorie's ear. "I just want you to know," she whispered, "that the manager told Logan that Mr. Cannon and his people, all of them, left the hotel earlier. You don't have to worry about seeing any of them again." "Thank you," Marjorie murmured woodenly. She knew Bronte was trying to make her feel better, and she supposed it should have made her feel better. Any more awkward confrontations were no longer something she had to worry about. But she wasn't any fun at the bachelorette party, and she ended up sitting at one of the back tables with pregnant Audrey, sipping water and listening half-heartedly to the other woman's baby plans. When she finally got back to her hotel room at 3 a.m, she fell into bed and tucked her hands under her pillow, only to find one of Rob's shirts. She'd slept in it last night and had worn it this morning to return to her room. It was a soft gray t-shirt, and when she put it to her nose, it smelled like sex and sweat and Rob. Marjorie buried her face in it and burst into tears. A wedding was no place for someone with a freshly broken heart, so Marjorie did the best she could to hide her misery. The good thing was that she never had a moment to herself. From the time she woke up the next morning, she was part of the wedding whirlwind. The bridesmaids had breakfast together again, and gifts were exchanged with the teary but radiant bride. Then, the women had hair and makeup done, last-minute fittings and stitchings into their gowns, and then they all took a limo to the far side of the island, where a massive white tent had been erected to shelter the wedding party as the others arrived for the outdoor wedding. The wedding itself would take place on a white pier, built especially for the ceremony, with tiers of steps for the bridesmaids to stand on.
A cobblestone path had been created through the sand and smoothed over for the high heels of the women, and the chairs for the guests were carved wooden benches placed in the sand with white and red umbrellas dotting the aisles. It was a mixture of beach, extravagance, and wedding finery, and Marjorie had never seen anything like it, and yet somehow it fit Bronte and Logan perfectly. Strains of Pahel began to float through the air, and pair by pair, a bridesmaid went down the aisle with a groomsman. First was tiny Angie, with taller, lean Jonathan. Then it was Marjorie's turn to walk with Kate Archer, a man as gorgeous as he was kind. They emerged from the tent, Marjorie towering over him in her heels. She probably would have matched Jonathan's height better, but for once, she didn't care. If Rob had found her beautiful in tall heels, and for some reason she believed that he had, then she knew she wasn't the hideous, storky monster she'd always envisioned. So when she went down the aisle with Cade, she walked proudly, her head held high, the white roses in her bouquet clutched in a hand that did not tremble. They glided up the cobbled pathway, down to the beach, then across the platform to the stairs. Cade led her to the spot where she was to stand, gave her a wink, and then moved to the opposite side to stand with the other groomsmen. Next up the aisle was Sunny May Lee, white blonde curls piled atop her head, beaming up at her fiancé, Griffin. The rest of the bridesmaids and groomsmen, Marjorie knew, were paired up in real life, and it was fun to watch them go down the aisle together, knowing they were picturing their own weddings. May Lee had a dreamy look on her face, while Griffin's expression was carefully blank. Next came Audrey and Reese, and Marjorie's heart melted a little at the sight of them. Audrey was heavily pregnant, and her dress had been refitted half a dozen times before they'd given up on the mermaid skirt entirely and changed her dress to an empire waist so her belly could expand as needed. Her shoes were flats, and she looked small and round and very, very expectant. In contrast, the man at her side was utterly suave and gorgeous, his tuxedo fitting to perfection. They looked like an utter mismatch, except for the way he looked down at Audrey as she waddled down the aisle, like she was the most precious, perfect thing in the world. There was so much love shining from his eyes that it made Marjorie's own gaze grow misty. Then Gretchen and Hunter appeared from the tent. Gretchen's gown was a mirrored contrast to Marjorie's own, white, with just hints of red peeping from the skirts, and a red bouquet. The man at her side was, well, the kindest word was disfigured, Marjorie decided. One side of his face was twisted and reconstructed, and he looked extremely uncomfortable in front of the staring crowd. But as if she knew her own fiancé would be uncomfortable, Gretchen began to blow kisses, hamming it up for the crowd that laughed as she strolled up the aisle. Marjorie wondered how much of Gretchen's obnoxious show was because of Gretchen, and how much was to take people's attention off of her man, who preferred quiet instead of crowds. Once Gretchen swanned her way down the aisle, she gave Hunter a quick kiss and a slap on the ass before he returned to his designated spot as best man, which made the audience laugh again. Then the music changed, and all eyes went to the back of the path, anticipating the bride. Marjorie kept her gaze on Logan's face. She'd seen Bronte in her all-white lace mermaid gown with a floor-length veil and a waterfall of red roses as her bouquet. She looked utterly gorgeous and serene, but what Marjorie wanted to see was Logan's expression when he saw his bride coming down the aisle. She knew the exact moment the bride appeared, just by watching him. Logan's cool expression changed. His eyes lit up like stars, and then shone with pride. A small private smile tugged at his mouth, his gaze completely and utterly focused on one woman. Marjorie felt the insane urge to cry again at the sight of it. Would she ever have someone look at her like that? Rob did,
her traitorous mind told her, but she shushed it. Rob was a liar and a horrible person. She couldn't be with someone like that. Heart aching, she watched as Bronte glided up the aisle, and her father passed her hands to Logan's. The groom still looked to be bursting with pride, and the bride radiant, as the minister began to speak. For all the preparations and endless weeks of work, it seemed like the ceremony was a short one. Logan and Bronte had made their own vows, peppered in with quotes from Plato, Aristotle, and a few more of Bronte's favorite philosophers. The rings were exchanged, and then Logan drew his bride against him, in a long sultry kiss that made Marjorie ache all over again. Cheers exploded as the couple left the altar, hand in hand, and then everyone stirred to life once more. The wedding was over officially, but the party had just begun. And for a heart-weary bridesmaid, the day was far from done. Most of the guests returned to the resort to await the reception, but the bridal party remained for endless photo after endless photo. Marjorie's smile began to ache and felt more and more forced. She wanted nothing more than to return to her room and hide, but this was Bronte's day, and she was going to suffer in silence and enjoy herself for her friend's sake. Eventually, they headed back to the resort, where the reception was picking up steam. The beautiful 10-tiered cake was the centerpiece of the table, and there was an open bar and a dance floor. Marjorie looked longingly at the open bar. How nice it would be to get sloppy drunk and forget her heartache. But she skipped it and sat at her assigned table instead. Logan and Bronte showed up, and the cake-cutting ceremony was held. Each delicately put a piece of cake into the other's mouth, though Logan suggestively licked Bronte's fingers in a way that made the bride blush. Marjorie began to recontemplate the open bar. "Is this seat taken?" a voice said. Marjorie looked up and smiled at Kate Archer. It was hard not to like the guy. For one, he looked like an angel, all blonde hair and blue eyes and gorgeous friendly smile. She leaned over and examined the place card at the seat next to hers. "It looks like it's taken by you." "What a stroke of luck," he said, and sat down next to her, grinning. "How come you're hiding back here in the Lonely Hearts corner?" She gave him a half-hearted smile. "My date had to go to the mainland for a dialysis appointment." His brows drew together. "What?" "My date was Dewey, a nice old man I picked up at the shuffleboard courts. He told me he loved weddings, but not as much as he loves his kidneys." She smiled. "It's all right. I'm bad company today anyhow." Kate smiled and sat next to her. "I'll join you in the bad company ranks then." "Where's your date?" she asked politely. His friendly smile faltered, and for a moment he looked incredibly sad. "She had a sudden and last-minute change of plans." He shrugged. "I should have expected no more from her, but I find I'm still disappointed." She knew the feeling. She knew she shouldn't want Rob, but she still did. She still missed him, even though she knew he was bad news. Only time would heal this wound, and she hadn't had a chance to properly grieve for her broken heart yet. "It's a beautiful wedding," she said softly, "and Bronte and Logan look so very happy." "They do," Kate agreed. "I'm thrilled for them. For all of my boys, actually. There's quite a few weddings coming up, and I'll probably be a groomsman at all of them." "Always a bridesmaid, never a bride?" she guessed. He gave her a quick flash of grin, and then gazed back out on the dance floor again, his thoughts far away. Again, she got the impression that he was just as achingly lonely as she was. After a long moment, he turned and gave her another smile that didn't quite catch his eyes. "I suppose so." Poor Cade. He seemed almost as miserable as she was. She was poor comfort for a broken-hearted man when her own had been trampled to shreds. Chapter 23. 1 month later.
This is a super cute apartment, Bronte gushed, carrying in a box of donated linens. How on earth did you find such a score on the Upper East Side? Apparently by paying through the nose, Marjorie teased, holding the door open for her. And the bed is in one of the closets. Bronte giggled. But hardwood floors? Come on, you have to admit that's a bonus. And you have a window. Mei Lee didn't even have a window when she moved to the city. It's pretty great, Marjorie agreed, taking the box from Bronte and setting it down on her tiny kitchen countertop. The city's just a big adjustment from Kansas, you know? I'm pretty sure I could have gotten a huge house for this much back home. Probably, Bronte agreed, opening a closet door and peeking in. Huh, that is the bed. Well, that's fine. The location's good and the apartment's cute. If the rent's high, the trade-off is that you're living in the greatest city in the world. Seriously, you'll have so much to do that you won't have time to sit at home and mope. I already know someone in the building, Marjorie admitted. Remember Agnes? She lives 2 floors down. She's the one that got the landlord to pick my application out of all the others. Oh, that's so wonderful. You already have a friend here. I do, Marjorie said. Agnes wants me to go to Friday night bingo with her and a few friends. See? Bronte beamed at her. You'll love it here. It's a fresh start. Her face grew concerned, and she looked Marjorie over. Speaking of, are you okay? How are you doing? Marge forced a smile to her face. I'm fine, really. Are you sure? You're just so thin. Marjorie had heard that a few times over the last month. She'd lost a few pounds, unable to eat in her misery, and on a tall frame like hers, even a few pounds showed. I'm fine. I just was hurting for a while. I'm better now, I promise. She hoped it sounded convincing. Bronte's concerned expression didn't diminish. He used you. I hate that. I wish I'd been paying more attention and not so caught up in whether or not the roses were the right shade of red. She waved a hand at Bronte's concern. It's in the past, and I don't know that he did use me. Sometimes I think he did, and I fell for it. And sometimes I rethink our conversations and wonder. She shrugged, picking up a pillowcase from a box and unfolding it. Either way, it doesn't matter. I can't support the kind of man that he is, and the business that he runs. I thought he was someone different. The truth wasn't what I thought. He's not someone I'm not sure I could ever be comfortable with, not question who I am. You know, Bronte said, opening the closet and fetching Marjorie's pillow off of the hideaway bed. She crossed the room and handed it to her friend. When I first met Logan, I didn't know he was a billionaire. I just thought he was the manager of the hotel. I was a waitress, right? So when I found out he was a billionaire, I freaked out. I didn't know if I could handle dating someone that was rich. Not just rich, but obscenely rich. And the more I fought against it, the harder it was for me to come to the realization that I was the problem, not him. It was my perception of what a billionaire would think of me, not the reality of what he felt. Could that be the same here? Is it a class thing? Marjorie shook her head. It's not the money. It's that his business is set up to prey on girls with low self-esteem and to serve them up to men for money. I can't respect someone that does that. It doesn't seem right to me. Maybe I'm being overly moral or prudish, but it's how I feel. Plato said, people are like dirt. They can either nourish you and help you grow as a person, or they can stunt your growth and make you wilt and die. That's right, Marjorie said. I'm avoiding a growth stunter. At least, she was pretty sure she was. In the daylight hours, it was easy to hate Rob and all the ways he'd lied to her. At night, in her lonely bed, it was not so easy, and she sometimes had regrets. Regrets that Rob was who he was, that she was who she was. Mostly, though, she regretted not tackling him and dragging him to bed sooner, which was probably the wrong thing to regret, but there it was. Out of all the things to miss, she missed his smiles and his gentle caresses the most. And that made her an awful person, didn't it? Because she should have been thinking about how he lied to her, and how he profited off of women with low self-esteem. And mostly, she just missed him. Just as long as you don't avoid the people that nourish you, Bronte said with a smile, bringing Marjorie back to the present. And you know I'm here if you ever need someone to talk to. I know. Marjorie stuffed the pillow inside the pillowcase. But I think for a while, I'll just throw myself into work. Now that's music to my ears, said Bronte. I'll be sure and give you plenty of it then. Marjorie settled into life in New York City slowly. Some things about the city were amazing, like the vast variety of restaurants and the subway tunnels that allowed you to get anywhere and everywhere without a car. She loved the shops and the museums and Central Park most of all. Some other things in New York City took a lot of getting used to, like buying groceries from a corner store instead of a supermarket, and the sea of taxis, and the endless swarm of people. She had never seen so many in one place in her life. She walked next to them on the streets, shared cabs with them, and heard them through the thin walls of her apartment. No one in New York City was ever alone, it seemed. And yet, with all the people in the city, Marjorie was intensely lonely. Maybe she was dumb and being a moony virgin, but she missed Rob. The time she'd spent with him made her feel more alive than she'd ever felt before. It was like someone had finally seen her, the real her, under all the layers, and was fine with all her parts. Maybe that was why, after so briefly being part of a duo, it was so hard to go back to her normal, solitary life. Why she wasn't completely satisfied with spending her Friday nights at bingo with Agnes and her friends. Why going to a yarn store and picking out a new pattern was no longer all that exciting when she didn't have anyone to show her creations to. Why lying in that small twin bed that folded out from the closet felt like a death sentence. She missed kissing. She missed hand-holding. She missed Rob's laugh when she told a corny joke. She missed Rob. He was her first real love, and she'd fallen fast and fallen hard. It was going to take time to get over him, but the misery would eventually end. But in the city full of thousands and thousands of faces, she could have sworn she saw Rob everywhere she went. It bothered her. She'd hear his laugh and turn around and see no one there. She'd see a shirt that he'd worn and follow the owner, only to find it on the back of a completely different man. Out of the corner of her eye, she could have sworn she'd seen a dark-haired man that looked just like him get into a cab. She'd confessed her Rob haunting to Bronte, who'd given her a sad look and suggested she go on a date. She'd offered to set up Marjorie, but Marjorie went to a speed dating round instead. Every man there had been intimidated by her height. She'd walked away humiliated and full of despair. Not that she'd wanted any of the men. She'd compared them all mentally to Rob and found them lacking. They lacked his smile, his protective instinct, his charm, his everything. Marjorie supposed she'd just have to deal with being haunted by his memory for a bit longer. There were worse things than thinking you caught a glimpse of the man you'd loved for one brief shining moment in your life. More tea, Marge? Agnes held up her floral teapot. I know how you love your Earl Grey. Marjorie held out her dainty china teacup. That would be wonderful, thank you. She glanced around Agnes's tiny flat. Pictures and knickknacks covered every inch of surface, and the small apartment seemed utterly crowded with memories. "Your home is lovely. Mind if I look at your photos?" "Not at all," Agnes said, beaming. She poured Marjorie a new cup of tea and then picked up her phone. "I'm just going to send Dewey a selfie while you do that." Marjorie grinned and took a sip of her drink. "So, you and Dewey are still a thing?" She'd introduced the two of them on the island, mostly because she wanted to spend more time with Rob. To her pleasure, they'd hit it off. "Still a thing," Agnes agreed. "He's coming to New York for some lady time in 2 weeks. Doctor's appointments are holding him back, but we manage with Facebook." She looked at Marjorie proudly. "I'm grooming him for husband number 7. "Heh. I'd be more than happy to be a bridesmaid at your ceremony if you managed to get that one down the aisle." Marjorie took another sip of tea, and then set the cup down. She walked to the curio cabinet in the corner that was littered with picture frames. Some of the photos were in black and white, some in color, some of children, some of Agnes herself at varying ages. Fascinated, Marjorie gazed at the pictures and paused at one of a handsome sailor dipping a much younger Agnes on the dance floor. They looked so incredibly happy. "Who's in this picture?" Agnes moved over her shoulder and looked. "That's husband number 2, Kurt. Sweet man. Died in Korea 2 years after we married." Oh. She felt a painful squeeze at the thought of the vibrant, happy couple in the photo having such an unhappy ending. "I'm so sorry, Agnes." "It's all right, Marge, honey. I met a lot of good men after him, including Dewey." She beamed. "Think we both found love on the island." "Not me," Marjorie said in a soft voice. She straightened and turned away from the picture. "Mine was a liar and a bad man." "Really?" Agnes looked fascinated. "What did he lie to you about?" She confessed to Agnes the truth of Rob's business, the Man Channel and the Tits or GTFO crew. She told her about how she'd never had a clue until the day of the rehearsal dinner, and how hurt she'd been. Agnes simply cocked her head and looked mystified. "He said that was who he was, and that was the end of it?" Marjorie shrugged. "He said he'd change for me and asked me what I needed him to do. He was just saying whatever he could to try and get me to change my mind about how I felt about him. But there was no way I could back down after learning that about him. I felt betrayed, especially after those awful men tried to get me to take my top off for them." She shuddered. "And to find out that he was their boss." "Huh," Agnes said. "That's so interesting. Do you read tabloids, honey? I find they have the best crossword puzzles." Marjorie smiled. "Do they now?" "Well, that and pictures of shirtless men in Hollywood. I'm only human," Agnes said with a cheeky wink. She moved to her kitchen area, humming, and found a stack of magazines and began to flip through them. "I'm pretty sure I have something here you'll want to see." "I really don't read the tabloids," Marjorie told her. She'd poked through a few after getting back from the island, her curiosity burning about Rob. What she'd seen there had been awful. Pictures of him partying on a yacht in Ibiza with Victoria's Secret models, rumors of drug-filled orgies, D-listers sharing sex secrets. After that, she was done. She didn't want to learn anything more. "All that shit is fake," he'd told her. "I'm not like that." It was easier to believe in tabloid Rob than the one she'd met on the island, though. Agnes wagged a finger at her and continued flipping through a magazine. "I promise you're going to want to see this one. Ah, here we go." She pushed against the spine of the magazine, ensuring it laid flat, and then handed it to Marjorie. "Read that." A gorgeous picture of Rob, in a business suit, phone at his ear, stared up at her. She couldn't help herself. She gave a little gasp and gazed down at the picture for far too long. He looked so good. Tanned, shaved, handsome, his collar popped open. No tie for him. Sunglasses covered his eyes, and she wished she could see them. The picture next to him was of a sheik of some kind, and she frowned. What did these two have to do with each other? Then she read the bright yellow headline for the first time. Billionaire Playboy sells the Man Channel and all affiliated stations to Saudi prince in billion-dollar deal. There was a smaller headline underneath that read, "And then gives all the money to charity." Her eyes widened. She picked up the magazine and began to read, frantic. Nothing about handsome billionaire Robert Cannon, 32, has ever been predictable, except for his love of partying. It seems, however, that Scandal's favorite billionaire is turning over a new leaf. Reports coming out of boardrooms state that Cannon has sold the incredibly lucrative The Man Channel and its spin-off stations to a powerful Saudi billionaire for over $1 billion. When asked why he was getting out of the cable industry, Cannon's reps were notoriously closed-mouthed. One source says that despite the fact that ratings have been up, Cannon was unhappy with the business itself. She said that someone opened his eyes and he didn't like what he saw. Very mysterious. It would seem that our secret source has the inside track, though. Not 1 week after the purchase of the channel went through, Cannon met with a famous women's foundation and donated every dollar of the sale to charity. That's right, every dollar of his sale of the Man Channel will now go to helping battered women and victims of rape. We've tried to contact Cannon's reps, but they're not speaking. Could there be another angle to this fascinating story that we haven't heard yet? If there is, we'll get the scoop. "Oh, my sweet Lord," Marjorie whispered. She blinked and then began to read the article again, looking for additional tidbits to glean. "I'm surprised you haven't heard anything about it, Marge. Don't you ever Google ex-boyfriends?" She shook her head. "No, I did at first. Then I didn't like what I saw." Agnes tapped one long bony finger on Rob's picture. "Call me crazy, but I think this sudden burst of charity has something to do with you." Marjorie didn't know. Why hadn't he said anything to her? She just stared and stared. Rob had sold his network. He didn't keep a dollar for himself. He was broke now, because of her. Oh, mercy. Her stomach gave a queasy lurch. What if he resented her now because he thought she'd forced his hand? Her head spun. "Why don't you take that article with you, Marge, honey? It'll give you time to read it later." There weren't more than the 2 paragraphs, but Marjorie nodded and clutched it to her chest. She was terrible at bingo that night. She'd promised Agnes that she'd go, but in reality, she'd just wanted to stay home and stare at that magazine article and Google more about Rob and this sudden sale of his business. Find out more details of why and what he was doing now, and how broke he was. Marjorie was sick at the thought of someone giving away $1 billion just to please her. It went to a good cause, of course, but it was an unheard-of amount of money, an utterly upsetting amount. So she tried to play bingo and chat with her friends, but she missed half the numbers because she kept Googling things on her phone. She ended up handing Agnes her bingo card so she could fiddle with her phone more. As luck would have it, the card ended up winning $1,000 on the jackpot, and Marge insisted on giving it to Agnes. The woman had been an incredible friend to her lately, and it was a small thing to do. "Buy Dewey a ticket to visit you," Marjorie had insisted, and Agnes's smile lit up the bingo hall. Eventually, the night ended and Marjorie and Agnes parted. Marjorie headed up the elevator a few more floors to her new apartment. Inside, all was utterly quiet. Even her noisy neighbors weren't making a sound. She closed the door and locked it behind her, bolted it, then dragged her small bureau in front of it, because living alone in NYC didn't make her feel all that safe. Then she peeled off her high heels and headed over to the closet and tugged down the bed and then flopped down on it to page through the magazine again. 2 paragraphs. She didn't understand it. A rich, handsome billionaire had sold his business, lock, stock, and barrel, and he only warranted 2 paragraphs? That was ridiculous. She had torn through the magazine over and over again, looking for additional mentions. She picked through internet sites, but all the information and gossip was well over 3 months old. It seemed as if Rob's people, if he still had any, were on lockdown and nothing was leaking to the media except for a few fluff pieces about the upcoming season of the Man Channel. Where was Rob? What was he doing? And why had he sold his business? Why could she find out more details about his partying in Ibiza than what he was doing with his money? When all her searches turned up fruitless, she gently pulled the glossy page out of the magazine and gazed at his photo over and over again. She taped it up next to her bed, like she had with pop idols as a teenager, and then cried herself to sleep, staring at his picture. Chapter 24. A week later, she was delivering a box of The Prince by Machiavelli to a nearby nursing home in anticipation of Bronte's next book club event. She handed off the box and turned down a street, only to see a familiar head of hair disappear around a corner. Marjorie sucked in a breath. No way. Clutching her purse to her side, she walked down the street and glanced around the corner, just in time to see the man disappear around another corner. Shoot! She eyed her shoes, 5-inch-tall purple Miu Mius. She'd never catch him in these. Curse her love for adorable footwear. She grabbed one and hauled it off her foot, then the other, and tossed them into her shoulder bag. Then she ran down the street after the man. She wanted answers. He was ahead of her, his dark head bobbing in the weave of traffic, his shirt a pale, bland beige. She kept that beige in the corner of her eye as she followed him up one street and down another. It was a stranger, she reminded herself. It was just a man that happened to look like him. It had to be. But when she finally caught up with him, breathing hard from her sprint, she summoned her courage and reached out and tapped him on the shoulder. And to her surprise, Rob turned around. He looked just as surprised to see her. Marjorie? He glanced at the cross streets and moved out of the way of traffic, his hand automatically pulling her along with him. They moved under the awning of a nearby business. What are you doing here? I saw you, she panted. I saw you. And she couldn't stop staring at him right now. Good sweet Lord, but he was pretty. His hair was newly cut, his face clean-shaven. His green eyes were bright in his face, lashes thick, and he looked delicious in that open-collared button-up shirt and the slouchy jeans he wore with them. He looked just as good as she remembered, and he was pretty darn tasty in those memories. Rob rubbed the back of his neck and looked embarrassed. You weren't supposed to see me. Yeah, well, you forget how tall I am in heels, she reminded him. He laughed and looked down at her bare feet, and she wiggled her toes. I, took them off to run. I wanted to see if it was you. Well, this is fucking embarrassing, he said. It was? Her heart broke a little at that statement. What are you doing here in New York City? He stared at her for a long moment before answering. Stalking you. What? She could hardly believe her ears. Stalking me? So that was him all those times she'd thought she'd spotted him. Why are you stalking me? I'm not really stalking, he said, glancing around and lowering his voice. Not in a creepy, illegal way. I just miss the goddamn hell out of you and thought maybe if I got to see you from afar now and then, it'd hurt less. Still fucking hurts quite a bit, though. She stared. Say something. I don't know what to say, Rob. He was here, watching her. He was hurting. Did that mean he missed her? Or was he just pissed about how things had turned out? For days, no weeks, she'd thought of things she would say to him if she ever saw him again. Now he was right here, inches from her, and her mind went blank. Just completely, utterly blank. The look on his face was a little disappointed. His mouth curved. "I'll leave you alone, sweetheart. I'm sorry if I scared you." He turned away, and she grabbed at his shirt. "Wait!" He stopped, turned back around to her. "I'm not scared," she said in a small voice. She was, though. She was terrified, and her heart was beating like a rabbit's. She wasn't scared of him, just of being hurt again, of getting her hopes up only to have them destroyed once more. Rob waited, looked down at her hand, still fisted in the fabric of his shirt. Oh. She released it and flexed her hand, feeling a little stupid. She needed to say something, anything, get the conversation rolling. "I saw you in a magazine." The look on his face grew shuttered. "Christ, I'm sorry." He rubbed his neck again. "Whatever it was probably lies. They make up all kinds of shit to sell papers. I haven't touched another woman since I last saw you." Her eyes widened. "No, not like that. It was good." Then she peered at him. "Who did the tabloids say you're dating?" "Some D-list chick with big fake cans." He shuddered. "Horrible. Not true at all. She's just in one of the specials that we've been running lately." He paused and then corrected himself. "They've." "I saw information about the sale. Is it true? You sold the Man Channel?" "All of it," he agreed, his gaze intense on her. "Every affiliate, every video, every show, magazine, anything even remotely associated with Canon Networks. It's all gone." He raised a hand and mimicked a firecracker exploding. "Poof. Done." He was smiling as he said it. What did that mean? Why did that give her such hope? "And you gave away all the money?" "I did. I didn't want to keep any of it. Tainted money and all that. Seemed wrong to profit off of it." Tainted? Was he just saying words that she wanted to hear? She didn't know and was afraid to ask. Marjorie clutched her purse strap harder, as if it could hold up her weak knees. "Are you broke now?" "Broke?" Rob's eyes widened, and he laughed. "No, I'm not broke. I had a lot of money socked into investments and real estate, too. I'm not as disgustingly rich as I was before, but I'm not broke by a long shot, sweetheart." That made her feel better. It was on the tip of her tongue to point out to him, as she had so many times before, that she wasn't his sweetheart. But she couldn't bring herself to do it. An uncomfortable silence fell between them. After a moment, Rob added, "Before you think I've turned over a completely new leaf, I'm looking at other avenues now, like a bingo channel. Maybe some sort of at-home gambling for the elderly." She couldn't help it. She laughed. Of course he was still thinking things up. The look on his face was a bit mischievous. "I can't help it. I'm not the type to sit on my hands and count my money. I see opportunity and I go after it." "Some things never change," she said, smiling. The pleased look on his face died at once. "Can't they change?" he asked in a lower voice. "Or are you forever fucked because of choices made before you met the right person?" Was she the right person he was referring to? Marjorie's lips were dry. She licked them and felt the urge to run away from this sudden frustration. "What do you mean?" "I mean that I've been working my ass off to become someone you could respect, someone you could like, someone you can be proud of. Most of all, someone you can see yourself with. After we talked, I realized everything you were saying was true. I went through all of my life not giving a shit what anyone thought of me, because no one had ever given a shit about me. Think I'm a dick? Fine, I'll be a dick. But then I realized, after talking with you, that you have to earn respect to get respect, and I haven't been bothering to earn it. I made a living off of tits and ass and the frat boy mentality, and so of course a decent, nice girl like you won't give me the time of day. Why should you? I'm peddling everything that you hate. I get that now. I don't know if I can ever backtrack enough to undo what I've created, but I'm damn sure going to try. He shrugged. Nobody ever made me want to become something better than I was until I met you. Marjorie was silent. She held her breath, even afraid that if she inhaled, she'd miss a word of his confession. Rob's gaze locked on her face, and he tilted his head, examining her with an expression of such longing that her heart ached. I haven't stopped loving you, you know. I always thought love at first sight was such bullshit, and then I met you. I've never felt like this about anyone, ever. It's not just lust. It's wanting to hear your laugh and see your smile, and wake up in the morning with you right next to me. I miss the hell out of you, and I want you back, and if that means I have to donate every dollar I ever earned to charity and live in a box under a bridge to get your respect, then that's what I'll fucking do. She could think of nothing to say. Longing and fear were twined hand in hand, holding her back. What if she confessed that he was saying all the right things to her, and she still loved him, and this was all another trick? What if it broke her all over again? I know, he said softly. It's okay, sweetheart. I know it's hard to believe anything I say, but I'm telling you the truth, and I understand. Here, take this. He put his hand in his wallet and pulled out a business card. Got a pen? She reached into her purse, fished one out, and held it out to him, still in shock. He took it and wrote something down on the back. This is my place here in the city. If you ever want to stop by and say hello, I'd love to have you. Anytime, day or night. You call and I'll be there. Marjorie nodded, wide-eyed, and took the card as he handed it to her. Rob touched her cheek briefly, smiled, and walked away. And Marjorie stood there on the street corner, barefoot and clutching a pen and a business card, as she watched the man she was terrified to love stroll back out of her life again. For 2 days, she stewed on what the card meant. She mapped his new address, Park Avenue, and stalked him via Google Maps. She might have taken a shortcut or two outside his building in the hopes of running into him, so she didn't have to make the first move. And she stared at that magazine picture of him for hours before going to sleep. Marjorie didn't know what to do. She was inexperienced when it came to relationships, and felt completely out of her depth. She knew the easiest thing to do would be to call him, or go to his apartment and talk to him, confess how she was feeling. And then what? It was clear she couldn't trust her own judgment. Anything he told her, she'd believe. So what did she do? Hire a private detective? That seemed ridiculous. Right now, it seemed like her options were trust and hope for the best, or give up on him entirely and nurse the wound until it didn't hurt. What was sad was that seeing him again just emphasized how much she was completely, ridiculously, head over heels in love with the man, still. It took everything she had not to throw her arms around his neck and kiss the daylights out of him, to beg him to love her half as much as she loved him, and to never, ever lie to her again. But she still wasn't sure if that was foolish of her. She needed opinions. So at lunch, on day 3 of her indecision, she met with Bronte and Audrey. It was really just to sit and enjoy talking together. Audrey was Logan's assistant, or at least she was until she gave birth, and so she naturally spent a lot of time with Bronte. And as Bronte's assistant, Marjorie was dragged along when lunches were planned, and they liked to go out on Fridays for pasta and to unwind. As usual, they talked about work, books, men, the wedding, and the weather. Marjorie was antsy and quiet as they chatted, waiting for their food. When Audrey pulled out pictures of her latest ultrasound, Marjorie tore into a breadstick and then could hold back no longer. "Can people change?" Both women turned to look at her, puzzled frowns on their faces. "What do you mean?" Audrey asked. "The universe is change," Bronte quoted. "Our life is what our thoughts make it." Marjorie felt a stab of despair. She didn't want a philosophical tidbit. She wanted real, honest-to-goodness advice. "Can people change?" she repeated, taking another nervous bite of her breadstick and chewing. It was dry and stuck to the roof of her mouth, and she struggled to swallow. "Can the bad guy turn into the good guy? Can people say they're going to change something in their life, do it, and really mean it? Or do you think they eventually fall back on their old ways?" Gosh, she was going to choke on this breadstick if she didn't drink something soon. She gulped her water and grimaced. "I'm just wondering." "Are we asking about someone in particular?" Audrey asked delicately. Marjorie shook her head, cheeks burning. Gosh, she was such a pitiful liar. She really was. She was sure she was being incredibly obvious. But Audrey took pity on her. She smiled broadly and rubbed a hand on her big belly again. "I absolutely believe people can change. Look at Reese." At Marjorie's questioning look, she chuckled. "Did you know Reese was a total man-whore back in the day? When I met him, he was in a hot tub with an heiress, seducing her because he wanted a business deal with her father." "That sounds awful." "Oh, I hated him," Audrey said, a dreamy expression on her face that contradicted her words. "We got along like cats and dogs. But the more time we spent together, the more we found that we liked arguing with each other. It was fun, and then we liked spending time with each other even when we weren't arguing. And then we just liked each other, full stop." She shrugged and reached for the breadbasket. "We figured out pretty fast that we were miserable without each other, and I think I really started to believe that he liked me when I saw him turning down these gorgeous, svelte women to spend time with plain old me. Now we're happy as can be." She picked up a piece of bread and took a triumphant bite. "So yes, I do think people can change. Sometimes they just need incentive, or a kick in the pants." Bronte giggled into her water glass. Marjorie wasn't entirely sure she was convinced. She toyed with the remainder of her dry breadstick. "Yes, but how could you trust him? Weren't you scared of being hurt?" "Everyone's scared of being hurt," Audrey said, ever practical. "But sometimes you have to take a leap of faith and put your trust in that person. I love Reese, and I trust him not to hurt me, just like he trusts me not to hurt him." "But how do you know?" Marjorie pressed. "You don't," Audrey said. "But sometimes the fear of living without that person is worse than the fear of what happens if you do choose to go after them. I was more afraid of what would happen if I didn't take a chance on Reese." She patted her distended belly again. "It's worked out pretty well for us." Marjorie had to agree. She'd seen the way Reese looked at rounded, no-nonsense Audrey. He looked at her as if she'd hung the moon and stars, and she'd never seen him so much as glance at another woman. If Reese was a reformed man-whore, then didn't Rob stand a chance to be someone different? And didn't he deserve that chance? "I see. If you think about it," Bronte said softly, "every relationship is a leap of faith. No matter what the past is, you're counting on making a solid future with that person. It's always a risk, no matter how big or how small. You just have to ask yourself if it's worth the potential reward. A leap of faith, Marjorie mused, as the waiter arrived with 3 bowls of steaming pasta. The women dug into their food, and the conversation was momentarily forgotten. Marjorie mulled it over as they ate and chatted about other things. Maybe Rob had taken a leap of faith by selling his business and dumping a massive chunk of his fortune into a charity in the hopes that Marjorie would see and approve, that she'd still be interested, that she'd see the real him underneath all the tarnish and still want him. Her hands shook, and she had to put down her fork, composing herself. Truth was, she could gloss it however she wanted, but she loved Rob and yearned to be with him. It was just that leap of faith that was so utterly terrifying. Could she leap? It'd hurt if she fell flat on her face, but would it be worse to not leap at all? She thought of Agnes's small apartment, filled with pictures and memories. She'd leapt 6 times before and still had enough love and hope in her heart for a 7th try. She had a lot to think about, now to just find the courage to do what she needed to do. Chapter 25. Marjorie couldn't stop thinking about Rob that night. She gazed at his picture from the magazine, then picked up her phone and did a new Google search for his name. Nothing new popped up, except for Man Channel ratings. She clicked off her browser and stared up at her popcorn ceiling, frustrated. What would it hurt to just drop by and say hello? There was a late-night coffee shop in his area. She could always just, pretend she had a deadline and was working late, and just drop by there and see if he was in the area. Just to see, just in case he was out and about. With that thought in mind, she got out of bed and stripped down to her skin, then picked out her sexiest panties and bra, just in case. Then she slid on her sexiest jeans and a cute top and pulled her hair into a loose ponytail, and then spent 10 minutes applying barely there makeup. Again, just in case. With that, she gave herself one last look in the mirror, crossed her fingers, put on her sparkly shoes that Rob had given her back on the island, and headed out into the streets of NYC, ignoring the hour. 45 minutes later, she'd had a whipped hot cocoa from the coffee shop, had walked up and down the block twice, and no Rob. She wanted to walk up and down the block again, but she was starting to worry that someone would think her a hooker this late at night in platform heels. It was either go up and take a chance or go home and stew for another day. She closed her eyes and bit her lip, thinking, could she do this? With a small sigh, she tossed her cup into the nearest garbage can and headed to Rob's building. The doorman stopped her. "Can I help you, miss?" "Oh." She blinked repeatedly, the urge to run away clawing its way back to the forefront. Rob Cannon gave me a card and told me to come by any time." "Name?" Her courage failed her. "You know what? I can just go. It's really late, and I'm not sure." "Name?" the man emphasized, narrowing his eyes at her. Meekly, she offered, "Marjorie Iverson. Really, though—" He nodded at her. "Nice to meet you, Miss Iverson." He opened the door for her and gestured that she should enter. "Oh, okay." She hugged her purse against her side and continued into the building, the card with his address in her hand. Rob apparently lived on the 25th floor, so she went to the elevator and pushed the button. To her horror, there was also an elevator attendant. Gosh, this was entirely too many people. Her courage failed her again. "Going up, miss?" I... He leaned forward and glanced at the card in her hand. "Floor 25, miss?" Eyes wide, she blinked and nodded. He waited a minute, and then, when she made no attempt to get into the elevator, gestured that she should get in. "Shall we?" Right. She sucked in a deep breath. I really should go home. The man waited, ever patient. And despite her words, she found herself getting in the elevator. 25, please, she said in a squeaky voice, her hands shaking. She was doing this. Dear Lord, she was doing this. Marjorie was silent as the elevator crept up floor by excruciating floor. When the elevator finally dinged, she jumped. Floor 25, the elevator attendant said, smiling at her. Have a nice evening. You too, she said breathlessly, and stepped out into the hallway. Floor 25 was a narrow, straight line from the elevator, with 2 potted plants and a bench right in front of the elevator doors. Down one end of the hall, she could see one door, and on the other side, another door. Only 2 doors on this floor. These must be penthouses, Marjorie realized, and her stomach gave another funny lurch. She'd known that Rob had a big room back at the resort, but it had never really occurred to her how much money a billionaire had. Or was he even a billionaire anymore? Either way, he was still obscenely rich. She could only imagine how much a Park Avenue penthouse cost to buy, given that her tiny apartment on the Upper East Side was almost $2,000 a month to rent. Swallowing hard, she crept toward Rob's door. Her stomach lurched in protest. What if he was entertaining someone? Oh, God, what if he wasn't home by himself? Should she have called? Or was it better to just spring her visit on him and hope to catch him doing something? She felt sick. Was that trust? Did he even deserve trust yet? Good sweet Lord, what was she doing here? She was pretty sure she was going to throw up from nerves, even as she walked to his door and knocked twice. Coming, called a male voice from the other side. She heard steps jogging toward the door, and her courage threatened to give out. Oh, God, what if he was here with someone? She'd die. She'd just curl up and die right here on his doorstep. The door opened. Rob stood there, his hair messy, his chest sweaty, his chest naked and sweaty. He wore a pair of grubby jeans with holes in the knees, and his feet were bare. White flecks covered his skin. He was holding a paint roller. His eyes lit up at the sight of her. Holy fucking shit, Marjorie! What are you doing here? Oh no, oh no. You told me to come by any time? I know I did, but Jesus, it's... He looked at his bare wrist, grimaced, and then craned his neck, looking into the apartment behind him. 2 a.m, he declared, then looked back at her. Why are you here at 2 a.m? I couldn't sleep, she said, crossing her arms over her chest protectively. Why are you painting at 2 a.m? I couldn't sleep, he said with a grin. Insomniac, remember? Anyhow, I was looking at the walls of this place and kept thinking that they needed a coat of fresh paint, and the painters weren't coming until next week, and I figured I could just do it my goddamn self, and... He paused as the paint roller dripped on his foot. And, shit, I think I just left a trail from the bedroom all the way to the front door. A giggle escaped her, the sound slightly hysterical. Yeah, she was pretty sure she was going to pass out. He gave himself a little shake, then grinned. Come in, come in. Come get high off my paint fumes with me. Marjorie laughed again and stepped inside. The apartment was a mess. Plastic sheeting covered the floors, and the walls were bare, and stained from the prior occupants, she guessed. A stack of boxes were piled into one corner of the room. Overall, though, the apartment was enormous, much bigger than her own. Actually, she was pretty sure his living room area was bigger than her entire apartment. Are you moving in? He blinked at her. No, I thought I'd break in and paint the place and then just leave again, like a vigilante. She snorted. Okay, that was a stupid question. A vigilante painter. Even as she thought about it, she chuckled, and then she began to laugh. His smile curved his mouth, and he rubbed his neck with his free hand, and she realized he was nervous to have her here too. And she kept laughing. The entire thing was absurd. She'd been so freaking nervous, and here she was, and he was painting. Painting. There were no party girls, no sexcapades. Nothing but Rob and bare, paint-spattered feet on plastic sheeting and a penthouse that smelled of paint fumes. Hysterical laughter erupted from her, and she just kept laughing and laughing. "Marjorie?" he asked, a puzzled look on his face. "You okay?" She smothered the hysterical laughs that kept bubbling up by pressing her fingertips to her lips, and nodded. When she could breathe again, she pointed out, "You're dripping on the plastic." He looked down. Then he shrugged. Carpet's shit too. If paint gets on it, I'll replace everything." "Your place is huge. Don't you have friends that can help you with this?" "Sweetheart, I don't have any friends." For some reason, that sobered her and tugged at her heartstrings. She pulled off her sparkly shoes and placed them by the door, and then held out her hand. "You've got me." The smile on his face grew broad as he looked her up and down, admiring her form. "You're the sexiest friend I have." She plucked the paint roller from his hand, trying not to blush. "You just told me I'm the only friend you have." "Fair enough." He shut the door and headed back into the apartment. "You'll have to forgive the mess. I'm still getting set up. Just signed paperwork on this place last week. The old tenants were smokers, so the place has been airing out for a few days, but I can still smell it, so I'm hoping the paint kills a lot of it." Marjorie gave it a tentative sniff. Sure enough, it did smell like cigarettes. "That's awful." "Yeah, but I got the place for a song because of the stink." Rob stretched and turned toward the hall. "Come on, I'll show you around." Her gaze fixed on his tight ass in his jeans and the two dimples at the base of his spine. There was a smear of paint there now, and she longed to put her fingers there and wipe it clean. Actually, she just wanted to put her fingers there. This was just weird. She'd come to Rob's in the middle of the night, expecting to make a passionate declaration, and instead, they were being friendly and painting. Marjorie tiptoed across the paint-splattered plastic and followed his more confident steps down the hall. She peeked through doors as she passed them, seeing a study with ugly wallpaper and wooden built-in shelves, a posh tiled bathroom, and an empty room that might have been a bedroom. "So you bought a fixer-upper?" she asked politely. "Yep." He gestured at the ceiling. "The old owner lived here for 30 years or something. That's why everything's so outdated. I figured I could put a little elbow grease and a few dollars into the place and make it nice." "I see," she said carefully, as he walked down the hall into a room with double doors. This had to be the bedroom. It was enormous, with a lifted step where the bed would go. There in the center was an air mattress with a blanket and pillow tossed on it, and his laptop propped open on one corner. Cords trailed over to a plug in the wall. It looked so incredibly college dorm era, and so out of place for a billionaire, that she just stared at it for a long moment before glancing around again. On the far end of the room, there was a door to the master bathroom, and off to one side were the painting supplies. A wall of windows looked out on the Manhattan skyline, and the windows were currently open to let the air ventilate. Faint sounds of traffic murmured below. Despite the outdated look, the place was still huge, and for Manhattan, that couldn't be cheap. She wondered just how broke he was after donating his money, and an uncomfortable twinge of guilt hit her. Exactly how much was the song you paid for this, Rob?" He moved over to the paint supplies and unwrapped a new roller. 10? No, wait, I think it was 8.5 after the haggling. Only 3 bedrooms, though. She felt weak. 10 million? 8.5, he corrected. I'm trying to slim down my lifestyle in accordance with my new budget. Rob said it all so happily. Marjorie's stomach gave another queasy lurch. Rob, I don't mean to pry, but how broke are you if you're buying an $8 million apartment? He was full of mixed signals. He'd bought a penthouse, but was painting it himself. He was a rich man, sleeping on an air mattress. She was so confused. He dipped the roller in the paint, and she stared at his tight ass as he did so. Why was he being so casual and friendly? Didn't he want to tear her clothes off? She was itching to divest him of those jeans. But she needed to know. Rob, are you almost broke? Because of me? He looked over at her, surprised. Marjorie, sweetheart, I'm still a billionaire. Well, for now. I might give away more money. It felt pretty good to give away the last chunk. Did you know some of those women cried like babies when I signed over the check? Never saw anything like it in my life. I'll bet. She walked over to the wall slowly, feeling wooden. Rob slapped the roller on the wall, and paint splattered. So, you never said what you're doing out so late. It's not safe, you know. He glanced over at her. You should be more careful. It struck her as a funny thing to say. Was there an appropriate time frame to come to a man's house to proposition him? Had she missed the window? The idea struck her as funny, and she began to laugh again, the hysteria creeping back into her throat. Why wasn't this going the way she wanted? Why were they being so weird about things? Marjorie? He put down his paint roller and walked the few steps separating them over to where she stood, stiff-limbed and awkward, holding a drippy paint roller. He quietly took the roller from her and laid it on the plastic. His hands went to her shoulders, and his gaze sought hers. Sweetheart, why are you here? She swallowed hard. I'm leaping. He tilted his head. You're what? She threw her arms around his neck and hauled him against her. Her mouth sought his, and then she was pressing her lips to his in a quick, passionate kiss. Chapter 26. Marjorie felt Rob stiffen against her for a split second, and the next thing she knew, she had her back pressed to the wall of his bedroom, and Rob was kissing her, his mouth hungry and passionate on her own. And oh, sweet Mary, she'd missed him. She'd missed him so much. Hot tears began to trail down her cheeks, even as she continued to kiss him, giving him every bit of pent-up passion she'd stored up in the last miserable month. His mouth licked at her own, his hands cupping her face, even as his knee worked between hers, and it was frantic and glorious and her back was wet and sticky, and when she turned her head, it made a squelching sound against the wall. Wet paint, she murmured against his hot, insistent mouth, and then dove her tongue back between his lips. Rob groaned against her, his cock grinding against her hips as he pressed her back against the wall. Sorry. Actually, not sorry. And he continued kissing her. Does this mean you love me again? She nodded, her mouth frantic on his. Never stopped loving you. She punctuated each word with a hard little kiss. He groaned again. God, I love you, sweetheart. I know I'm little better than a shit stain on humanity, but I'm working to be the kind of man you can be proud of. You are, she reassured between quick nibbles on his lips. You are, Rob. You're wonderful. It's me that's the jerk. No, he breathed against her mouth, and then pulled away a little so he could look her in the eyes. His hands gripped the sides of her face, and his thumbs stroked her cheeks. No, Marjorie. You were right to feel that way. Like I said, all my life I never gave a shit about what anyone else thought. And then I met you, and there was someone to impress. I wanted to make you proud, and I've never felt like that before. I am proud of you, she told him, breathless. So proud. You did an amazing thing. I never expected it in a million years. I thought you'd forget about me once I left the island." "Forget about you?" He chuckled and shook his head. "If only I could. You're constantly in my mind." He kissed her again. "I take it back. I wouldn't forget about you, even if I could do it. I love you. I adore you. I want you with me, always." "I love you too. I love you so much, Rob." She kissed him again, so very happy. Her heart felt like it was bursting at the moment. "I can't believe you followed me out to New York." "Of course I did," he told her, pressing his mouth against hers once more. "You were out here, so this was where I wanted to be." Even as his mouth caressed hers, his gaze slid over to the side. "I think your ponytail is in my paint, though." "Does the shower work here?" she asked. "Think so, but I don't know that I have any towels." She glanced over at the bed. "How clean is that blanket?" "Clean enough." He grabbed her behind the knees and tugged her into his arms. Then, swinging her against him, he carried her to the bathroom. Marjorie pressed her mouth against his neck, glorying in his scent. Even sweaty and streaked with paint, he smelled wonderful. He groaned. "God, your mouth." His hand slid to her back, and he gently set her down. "Don't laugh at my 70s-tastic bathroom, sweetheart. I'm going to get this all remodeled." She looked up for the first time and giggled. The bathroom was awful, really awful. The walls were a horrid mustard color that had been textured with a darker gold. The tile itself was a dark, stormy green and looked as if it was designed to be the same color as a dead frog. The counters were a matching swirling green, and the mirror in front of the vanity had enormous ornate gilt edges. The shower was encased in mirrors, mirrors of all things, and across the far side of the bathroom was a claw-footed tub. "Oh, wow," she breathed. "This is really, really awful." "Isn't it?" Rob chuckled. "I'm almost proud of its hideousness, to the point that I want to leave it as an homage to the decade." "Please don't," she said, laughing. "Please." "All right," he teased, and his arms went around her again. "But just for you, sweetheart." She smiled to hear the words, and her arms went around his neck again, and then they were kissing once more. His hands tugged at her shirt, and she obediently pulled away from him and raised her arms so he could lift it over her head. It came off her skin wetly, and he grimaced as he pulled it off of her. "I hope this shirt wasn't important to you, because it is now covered in paint." "I don't care," Marjorie told him, running her hands up and down his chest. "I would gladly sacrifice my entire wardrobe to the paint gods if it meant I get you in my arms again." "You don't even have to go that far," he told her, and his hand slid around her waist and down to her ass. "My requirements are easy." "What are they?" His forehead pressed to hers, and his nose rubbed against her own. "Just love me, Marjorie." Oh, God, her heart was breaking. "I do," she told him softly. "So much. There's no one for me but you." "I feel the same." He gently kissed her mouth, and his hands went to the back clasp of her bra. "And I can't wait to get you naked again." She couldn't either. As he unhooked her bra, her hand slid down his back, and then she pushed her fingers into the waistband of his loose pants. He still wore no underwear, which made her sigh with pleasure. Her hands plucked at his skin. "I want you undressed, too." "Let's get some of this paint off you first," he said, and his mouth curved into a smile. "I'm not the one rolling around on the wall." "You pushed me against it," she protested, even as she leaned back so he could undo the snap on her jeans. It came free, and she wriggled them down her hips, just in time to hear his groan of pleasure. He'd noticed that her panties matched her bra then. She had one pretty set of black and pink see-through lingerie, and she'd worn it tonight. Just looking at you is killing me, Rob told her, his hands caressing her skin as she stepped out of her jeans. Well, it's your fault I have to shower, she told him, and added a little wiggle into her movements as she stood up again. Her bra was unhooked on her back and still cupped her breasts in the front, and now she wore nothing but it and her panties. To tease him further, she turned around, stuck her bottom out a little, and began to slowly wiggle the panties down her hips. "God damn," he murmured, and his hands caressed her buttocks lovingly. "I thought your legs were gorgeous, but your ass is downright insane." His fingers moved over her skin as she bared it, and when she stepped out of her panties, she let her bra drop from her shoulders too. Then she turned and tugged her hair loose from the ponytail holder and stood in front of him in her paint-splattered glory. Rob pulled her naked body against him and ran his hands up and down her back. "So beautiful, and all mine. I am so goddamn lucky." She smiled and gave him another kiss, then reached between them for the buttons on his fly. "Now, your turn." His hands moved down to help her, and she batted them away. "Let me." "Yes, ma'am," he said with a chuckle, and put his hands on his head in an exaggerated motion. "That's better," she told him, and slowly undid the first button of his fly. He had 5 altogether, no zipper since he liked to go commando, and she took great excruciating care in unbuttoning each one, letting the anticipation build. When she finally had the last button undone, she pushed her hand into his pants and cupped his hard dick, a hint of a blush heating her cheeks. "I see all of you missed me." "He missed you the most of all." Rob's hand tangled in her hair, and he tilted her head back for another kiss, this one possessive and deep, even as her hand curled around his shaft. She loved touching him, loved the feel of his warm skin against hers, the scent of him, everything. Just being here with him in this ugly bathroom covered in paint made her so incredibly happy that she could scarcely breathe. "I love you, Rob," she told him again. "I love you too," he told her between kisses, "and I promise I'm not hiding anything else from you. No other ugly secrets, just me." She nodded. If this was going to work, they had to trust one another, and she was leaping so she would trust him. Only time would tell, but she had faith in him, and she was content to see where things would lead. Pants off? Hell yes. He gave a shake of his hips, and the jeans fell to the ground, and he kicked them off. "Shall we get in the shower?" "Sure." She eyed the mirrored monstrosity. "I'm not sure how you keep something like that clean, though." "I plan on getting paint all over it," he said with a wicked grin. "Paint, and possibly an imprint of your ass cheeks." She laughed and gave her head a small shake as he stepped into the shower to turn the water on. The pipes rattled and groaned, and they exchanged a look of dismay. Did you want to go back to my place?" Marjorie asked. "The bed folds out of the wall, but the shower works." "Nope," he said, and thumped one of the mirrors with his fist. The water immediately cut on, and he turned to give her a proud grin. "Let's get that paint out of your hair before it dries." He offered her his hand, and she took it, and the next few minutes they spent washing paint off of each other's bodies and finger-combing it out of her hair. Rob only had one tiny bottle of hotel shampoo, and they used all of it on Marjorie's hair to get it clean. They were all business for a few minutes, and she could tell when they were done with washing, because Rob's version of cleaning got less effective and more frisky, his hands moving all over her body. Not that she minded this in the slightest. Her soapy hands ran over his chest, and she felt downright possessive of him. This beautiful man was hers. She'd claimed him, and he'd claimed her right back. And just being able to touch him at her leisure was the most decadent sort of pleasure. She slid her hands down to his hard penis and curled her fingers around him. Immediately, his hips flexed and he pumped into her hand. Fascinated, she looked up at his face. His hands were tangled in her wet hair, still getting the paint out of it. But his eyes were closed, and the look on his face was strained and intense. Oh, she wanted to see more of that. She wrapped her fist around him tighter and stroked again, and he groaned as if in pain. Ooh. I never got to third base on you, she pointed out in a husky voice, rubbing her fingers around the thick crown of his penis. Don't you think it's my turn? God, yes, He yelped, and then she did too. The water had turned ice cold. Marjorie gave a squeal of misery, and they both quickly rinsed the soap off of their bodies and turned the water off, shivering. Gonna get that fixed ASAP on Monday, Rob said with a shiver. Jesus. Marjorie wrapped her goosebump-covered arms over her breasts. Where's that blanket? Coming right up, Rob told her, and tiptoed out of the bathroom, dripping water everywhere. He returned a minute later with the blanket and carefully wrapped it around her shivering body. Let's towel you off. He rubbed the blanket all over her body, then toweled at her hair to get the excess moisture out of it. As he dried her, she took one corner of the blanket and ran it over his skin, trying to dry him off. Of course, getting to run her hands all over his skin again just made her want to continue what she'd started in the bathroom. So as he toweled at her front, she dropped to her knees in front of him and put her hands on his thighs, indicating exactly what she wanted to do to him. Dry enough, Rob? Fuck yes. He tossed the wet blanket into a corner of the room. Do with me what you will. I am at your mercy. She felt her cheeks heat with embarrassment, but curiosity and the desire to explore him outweighed any awkwardness she felt. Now that she was eye level with things, third base seemed so much more intimate. She reached out and gripped him in her hand again, admiring the size of him against her fingers. You're very large. A happily appropriate compliment to hear, he said, dragging his fingers through her wet hair and then caressing her cheek. And you're very beautiful, sweetheart. She snorted. You don't have to compliment me. I'm going to go down on you regardless. It's not just for that, he said. I just love looking at you kneeling in front of me. Any man would. Well, you're the only one I want. Thank fuck for that. She gave him another squeeze with her hands to silence him. Am I breaking your concentration? I'll shut up. He closed his eyes and tilted his head back. Feel free. A tiny smile curved her mouth. Rob seemed to have a hard time being quiet in the bedroom. It was rather cute. She released his penis and explored him with her fingertips instead, circling one around the purple-reddish crown of his cock, to the tiny dimple in the center that always leaked droplets of pre-cum whenever she touched it. She traced the vein that ran along his shaft all the way down to his ballsack, and she caressed that with her fingers. His skin here was so soft, velvety smooth really, and hot, scorching hot to the touch. It was fascinating. She remembered the taste of his cum, but his skin smelled different. Muskier, not acrid. She'd bet it'd taste wildly different, too. What do you taste like? Fuck if I know. I've never licked my own dick. His hand reached out and caressed her cheek again, and then he dragged his thumb across her lower lip. How about you taste it and tell me? She could do that. In fact, she planned on doing that, and more. She leaned forward and brushed her lips against the head of his cock. Pre-cum slicked her lips, and she ran her tongue over them, tasting him. It was the same salty, slightly harsh taste as before, but this time she didn't mind it quite so much. She licked him again, experimenting, and loved the ragged groan that erupted from him. "Pop me into your mouth, sweetheart," he instructed. "Rub my dick with that tasty little tongue of yours." That sounded like a good idea, Marjorie decided. So she curled her fingers around the base of him and guided his length toward her mouth. She let the crown push against her lips before she parted them, adding a bit of friction. He seemed to like it, because he kept making low noises in his throat, and that encouraged her to keep going. As she took him into her mouth, she remembered to keep her tongue pressed against his length, and rubbed it back and forth as she did so. "Christ, you're good at that," he told her, voice rough. She was good at this. She wanted to do more. Her hands caressed his sack, and she marveled at his soft skin. "Do you like it when I touch these?" "Oh, yeah," he said with a sigh. "I jerked off once to the thought of you licking me there." He had? She had to admit the thought was titillating. Making her tongue a tiny point, she licked the soft skin there. He tasted more musky here, and the skin seemed softer, if that was possible. Rob groaned again, and his hands went to her shoulders, then smoothed back to her arms again, as if he didn't want to bother her. That was kind of adorable. So she licked and sucked and nibbled on the smooth skin there, and even tried to get one into her mouth. That effort was rather clumsy, but he seemed to like it quite a bit. "My gorgeous Amazon," he murmured. "God, I love you." She nuzzled him in response, then licked the base of his cock. Then she licked her way back to the front and began to tongue the crown again, collecting the pre-cum there with her tongue. His hands curled in her wet hair. "Mind if I guide your head a little?" She gave a tiny nod, and he began to rock his hips. His penis moved back and forth over her tongue, and she tried to take him deeper into her mouth, to see how far she could suck on him. Immediately, though, her gag reflex kicked in, and she pulled back, coughing. "Even that's sexy," he told her, crouching down to kiss her mouth. "Third base is over, though. I want to play with you now." With that, he pushed her backward onto the air mattress and tucked their bodies together. They lay side by side for a moment, and his hand slid between her legs. "Did taking me in your mouth make you wet?" She pressed her thighs together, considering, and then nodded. Just touching him made her wet, and his kisses drove her wild. "I'm going to have to check, of course," he said, pushing his hand between her thighs to cup her mound. A moment later, he groaned. "Fuck, you are dripping for me, aren't you?" "I am," she breathed, feeling shy. He was so blatant in the bedroom. It was still something she was getting used to. She liked it, but she still felt a little tense when he said naughty things to her. His mouth covered hers again, and he slicked his tongue against hers. "Forgot to ask you what I tasted like," he said. "So, what's the verdict?" She considered for a moment, even as he began to press kisses down her neck and made a beeline for her breasts. "You taste a little bit like skin and sweat and, like you. I don't know how to describe it." "As long as the answer's not boiled hot dog, I'm fine with that," Rob told her, and gave a blatant lick to one of her nipples. "God, I missed these breasts. Did they miss me?" Marjorie giggled. "I guess." "Clearly they're going to need some attention to make up for the lack of love they've been receiving lately." He glanced up at her. "Unless you've been pinching them when you masturbate in honor of me." "Rob," she moaned, "don't ask me things like that." "Are you kidding? I love the thought of you thinking about me and touching yourself. I love the thought of your hand sneaking down here He pressed against the seam of her sex. "And you toying with this little nub here." His fingers touched her clit. "Maybe you rub it, and rub it, and rub it." He gave her clit a circular, teasing little touch with each repeat of the word rub, until she was moving along with his hand. "And then you scream my name when you come, hmm?" His tongue swirled around one of her nipples again. "I'd love to see that sometime. Promise the next time you masturbate, you let me watch."
"Only if you promise the same," she panted.
Her fingers dragged over his shoulders, and she pulled him down against her.
"I want to see that, too."
"I think we can manage that," he told her, and rubbed her clit again. She felt him nudge a finger at the entrance to her core, and parted her legs for him. Ever since they'd slept together, she'd been positively aching to feel him deep inside her again. It had been such an intense, filling sensation, and she craved more of it. His finger pushed in, and she felt a little bit of stretching, but it was quickly gone. "More," she told him, raising her hips in supplication. "I want you inside me again." "I'm just making sure you can handle me, sweetheart." He pushed another finger inside her, and then began to slowly work them in and out. "Though you're so wet, I don't think it'll be a problem. Christ, I love how turned on you get. That's so fucking sexy." He leaned down and nipped at her breast. "Wait here, and I'll get a condom." She nodded, and he disappeared out of the room. A long moment passed, and a naughty thought sprang to mind. Greatly daring, she slid a hand between her legs and began to touch herself, the way she did when she masturbated. Light, delicate touches into the wetness seeping from her core, then swirling it around her clitoris, gliding over the sensitized skin. She spread her legs wide on the air mattress, so when he returned, he'd be able to see exactly what she was doing. And her cheeks felt hot as fire, but it'd be worth it to see Rob's expression. "Found one," he called as he came into the room, a small purple packet in hand. "I had to dig out my wallet and... Holy fuck!" He staggered next to the bed. "Oh, sweet Jesus, that is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen." She giggled at his response, but she kept touching herself. Her skin was sensitized from their earlier play, and her breathing was quick, her nipples taut. She was going to make herself come if he didn't touch her soon. "I missed you," she told him shyly, and drew her hand away. "Oh, Christ, no, don't stop," he said, dropping to his knees. He pushed her thighs apart and buried his face between her legs. "Now I have to see you come." She moaned as he began to lick her with eager intensity. Okay, she hadn't quite been expecting this response, but oh wow, his mouth felt incredible. Her hips jerked as he flicked his tongue against her clit, and his fingers pushed inside her again. When he rocked them into her, she moaned and pressed her hips up against his mouth, and his tongue flicked at her clit again. "Oh," she breathed. "Rob, I'm going to..." He hummed something against her skin. It might have been a scent, it might have been Yankee Doodle Dandy for all she knew. But the vibration of the hum against her skin, it was glorious. With a breathy cry, she began to come, her sacs clenching around the 2 fingers he had buried deep inside her. All the while he tongued her clit with rapid, teasing little strokes. The delicious, soul-shattering orgasm seemed to last forever, and when he'd wrung out the last little shiver from her, he gave her mount one last kiss, and then sat up, picking the condom up again from where he'd tossed it down on the bed. She watched in fascination as he opened the package and unrolled the sheath onto the length of his hard penis. Then, when it was covered, he leaned in on his hands and gave her another deep, wet kiss that tasted of her skin. "Ready?" he asked. She nodded, and immediately she felt the press of his penis against her core, Anticipation flashed through her, and she clung to his neck, kissing him ravenously as he pushed into her. This time, he didn't move slowly or delicately. This time, it was a full thrust into her, and the feel of it was shocking. She made a soft little squeak in the back of her throat as he seated himself in her. His mouth lifted from hers, and concern showed on his face. "All right, sweetheart." Oh, but the feel of him was more than all right. She felt filled, in all the ways she'd been longing for during the past month. He was inside her so very deep, and she ached and craved more at the same time. "It's perfect," she told him honestly. Rob groaned, and he leaned in to kiss her again, his mouth moving over hers, even as he began to pump into her with sure, quick strokes. The air mattress groaned and protested under them, but they were oblivious to it. Marjorie moved her hips in time with his, trying to match his pace despite the shaking of her legs. It felt like another orgasm was building inside her, or maybe the last one just hadn't stopped. Either way, she whimpered and ran her hands over every inch of Rob's skin that she could touch. Her motions became frantic as his strokes increased with intensity. "Need you," she murmured. "Need more. I'm close again." He nodded and leaned back, and to her surprise, he grabbed her by the hips and turned her onto her side. He scissored her legs apart and stroked into her again, one arm holding her leg high into the air against his body. It changed the angle of his thrusting, and she moaned because it made her feel more full than ever. "That feel good," he panted. She nodded, biting her lip. Everything felt good. It was like he knew just how to touch her and make her body sing with desire. "I'm about to make it feel better," he said, and began to stroke faster. He pumped into her harder than usual, and to her surprise, the sensation began to make everything else react. She moaned and clung to the mattress as he made love to her with sure, rough speed. And then she was coming, every nerve ending alight with feeling, every bone in her body turning to mush. Marjorie cried out Rob's name. "I'm there too," he panted, and his strokes grew wild, uneven, his movements exaggerated. He groaned and held her in place for a long moment, his eyes closed tightly, and she realized he was coming too. She wondered how it'd feel to have him come inside her without a condom. Someday they'd test that. For now, she was content to have him lie down next to her, breathing hard. He pulled her against him, and she watched idly as he removed the condom and put a new one on. When they spooned, he pushed his cock inside her again, linking their bodies. "This is new," she murmured. "I'm not done with you yet," he told her. "Stay the night?" She snuggled down against him. Of course. He brushed aside her wet hair and kissed the side of her neck. "Stay forever?" Her heart felt incredibly full. She nodded. "Always." The next morning, Marjorie dressed in her paint-ruined clothes, and Rob packed an overnight bag. Hand in hand, they headed out of his building and walked to her apartment. They'd decided last night, somewhere between marathon sessions of loving, that Rob would stay with her until the renovations on his penthouse were done, and then she'd move in with him. It sounded perfect to Marjorie's ears, but she knew Rob was a little worried that if he was back in her life, he'd fuck things up for her with her job as Bronte's assistant. So today she was going to have to leap again and take Rob with her. Marjorie and Rob showered at her place and combed the last bits of paint out of their hair, and she changed into a casual maxi dress and a pair of strappy heels. Then she invited Bronte to meet her for lunch at their favorite spot. "Bring Logan," she texted her. "I have something I need to discuss with both of you." "All right," Bronte sent back. "Do I get a hint?" "No hints. Just keep an open mind, and whatever you might think, It's not a business meeting." "Curiouser and curiouser. We'll be there. Logan's meeting me for lunch today anyhow, so this works out perfectly. See you soon." "You sure you want to do this, sweetheart?" Rob asked her as they headed out the door to her apartment. "No," she told him honestly. "I'm really not sure at all. But I don't think I want to live in fear of what they're going to think, and we're not going to sneak around behind anyone's back anymore. If they don't like it, they'll just have to suck it up, won't they?" "Damn, that makes me hot when you say that," Rob told her. "I think I like it when you take charge." She just gave his hand a gentle squeeze. She knew he was nervous. He said he didn't care what Logan Hawkins thought of him, but she suspected otherwise. He wanted the man's respect, if nothing else. Marjorie hoped Logan would have an open mind about things, or this afternoon was going to be very, very awkward. They arrived at the cafe early and got a table in the back, tucked away from the lunch rush. Rob fidgeted in his seat next to her, but Marjorie was serene. She knew what she wanted, Rob. Everything else was just going to have to fall into place and cope. Soon enough, the cafe began to fill with customers, and Marjorie watched the door as Rob fiddled with his phone with his right hand, the fingers of his left interlaced with hers under the table. As she watched, she spotted Bronte's dark curls, followed a half step behind by the taller Logan. "They're here," she murmured to Rob, and stood up to wave at her friend. Rob slowly stood at her side, and as Bronte and Logan approached the table, she saw their expressions change to dismay as they saw who she was with. Marjorie raised a hand as they approached the table. "Before anyone says anything, this is not about business. This is about me, and I'd like for you both to hear me out before anyone says anything else." Bronte and Logan exchanged a look. The billionaire looked pissed, Marjorie noticed, but Bronte laid a calming hand on his sleeve, and he shrugged, impatience stamped into his features. He pulled the chair out for his wife and then sat down, and Marjorie sat again too. Her hand found Rob's under the table again, and she gave him a confident smile that she didn't entirely feel at the moment. "What's going on?" Bronte asked, her voice as polite and friendly as ever. Marjorie kept smiling. "I just wanted you guys to know that Rob and I are back together." She looked over at him, her gaze filled with love. "We reconciled yesterday, and since I know things left off badly the last time we were all together, I thought we should hash things out. The truth of the matter is that Rob is exactly the person who he says he is. And I love him. He loves me with all my flaws, and I love him. And we wanted to bring this out into the open, because no one is hiding anymore." She licked her lips, her throat suddenly dry. "And he's going to be a major, major part of my life, so you're just going to have to accept him." Bronte's eyes widened, and a tiny smile touched her mouth. She looked over at Logan. Logan was stone-faced for a long moment. He studied Marjorie, and then his gaze slid back to Rob, who was being unnaturally silent. Only the squeeze of his hand told her his true feelings. Then Logan cleared his throat. "I read about what you did with the Canon Networks. Sold for $1 billion?" "$1.2 billion," Rob said. Logan grunted. "And you gave it all to charity?" "3 charities, actually. One got the majority, but yeah, 2 sister charities got an equal share." He shrugged, and Marjorie knew he was pretending an ease he didn't feel. "Why?" Logan's question was succinct. "You never struck me as the charitable type." "Because Marjorie hated who I was," Rob told him, "and I wanted to become someone that she could be proud of. That seemed like the logical first step." "So you gave away $1 billion for Marjorie?" "More or less." Well, this was getting awkward. She could feel her cheeks heating uncomfortably. Logan grunted. He leaned back. "It takes stones to do something like that." "You'd do it for your wife," Rob shot back. I would, Logan agreed. The table was silent for a long moment. Well, Logan said, picking up the conversation again, I have to admire a guy that goes all in for something he wants. You ever feel like talking business, you let me know. We can start fresh. Rob's smile returned, and Marjorie felt like falling to the floor in relief. Thanks, man, but I'm holding off for now. I've got a few ideas up my sleeve for future endeavors, but right now my entire focus is on one thing. He lifted Marjorie's hand to his mouth and kissed the back of it. This woman right here. And Marjorie couldn't stop smiling. Epilogue. Quit cussing, Marjorie teased Rob, tucking her chin against his shoulder. You're scaring people. I'm not fucking scaring anyone, Rob growled, staring straight ahead at the card in his hand. I'm just fucking pissed. He punched a number on the screen of the test unit he was trying out. They're not calling my fucking number on purpose. She rolled her eyes. The man was terribly impatient. We're here to test the cards, that's all, and it's not like you need the money. Bingo! Someone called behind Rob. He tossed down his electric card in disgust. That's it, I'm done. It's rigged. Marjorie giggled. Such a poor loser, her Rob. It's not rigged. Rigged, he repeated. They're your cards, she told him, and couldn't stop giggling. Your prototypes. You brought them. If anyone rigged it, it should be you. Smith, you're fired, Rob called out, stretching an arm behind Marjorie's folding chair and dragging her against him so he could nibble on her ear. That was one of the wonderful things about dating Rob, Marjorie decided. He didn't care where they were. If he felt like being affectionate, he'd be affectionate. Be it nursing home or restaurant, Rob wasn't shy about showing the world that he adored Marjorie. And it did wonders for her shaky ego. She loved the attention he lavished on her. From behind the bingo caller's station, Smith rolled her eyes. If you fire me, you have no assistants left, sir. You're right. Never mind. You could always rehire Gortham and Cresson, Marjorie suggested teasingly. I'm sure they'd be happy to work for you again. Hell no, Rob told her. Those two were completely and utterly useless, like tits on a chicken. Marjorie snorted. That's an interesting mental image. It's because you have such a dirty mind. His hand slid up her thigh. She pushed it away, smiling. Do me a favor. Save the molesting for until after we leave the nursing home. Fine, he grumbled, and she handed him his card again. He pressed the reset button on it, and the card lit up, beeped, and then cleared the screen. Next game is postage stamp, Smith called over the microphone. Everyone, please hit the reset button on your electronic card. A chorus of beeps filled the nursing home. Someone called out, My card's not responding. Rob groaned softly. Marjorie tweaked his arm, grinning. You hush. That's why we're testing things out here. You knew things wouldn't be perfect the first time around. That's why you test things out. They were at the nursing home precisely because Marjorie had suggested it as a wonderful place to test out Rob's bingo card prototypes. His newest obsession was a form of remote bingo, in which the cards were synced up to a computerized caller. He had plans to launch a bingo network at some point, but of course, the prototypes had to work first. There were still a few kinks to be worked out, Marjorie mused. And really, if buggy cards were their biggest problem, they had it made. Life had been nothing short of wondrous the last few months. Rob's apartment had been completely redecorated, and they'd picked out furniture together and made the penthouse their own. She'd moved in with him and had taken the oversized closet for her ever-growing pile of expensive shoes. Rob loved to buy her tall heels, and she was happy to wear them. Usually, a new pair of shoes ended up in bed before she got a chance to wear them out, though, she thought with a blush. Rob liked it when she wore heels, and nothing else, at bedtime. Work life was great, too. She and Bronte were closer than ever. The book club was a success. They'd even set up a central location as a meeting place for all kinds, and it was constantly busy with patrons and book clubs. They'd even opened it up for public meetings, and it seemed the place was hopping with one group or another at all times, which made both women pleased. The men were getting along, too. Oh, they still bickered, but now it was over football scores and the stock market. They weren't friends, not quite. But Logan and Rob had gone to play poker together one night. They'd gone for drinks another. They weren't doing business together yet, but Logan was interested in Rob's projects, and she suspected they might go in on one together in the future. "Oh, dear," Smith said over the microphone. "I think this ball is stuck in the hopper." She prodded at the machine. "Sir?" Rob stared at his card intently. "Marjorie, sweetheart, can you help her? I want to see how the card reacts when she hits the reset." "Of course." Marjorie got out of her seat and headed to the front of the room, where Smith was manning the caller's station. She leaned over and peered at Rob's assistant and the spread before her. "What seems to be the problem?" "There's something stuck in the hopper," Smith said, and gestured at the machine. The bingo machine had all 75 white-numbered balls bouncing around in the glass case under the electronic calling board. One by one, each ball would fly up the chute and pop out for the caller to take. But for some reason, there was something else stuck in the chute, something blue. Marjorie leaned forward and frowned. "What did you stick in there?" she gasped. The object in the chute was a small velvet ring box, wedged in place of where a numbered ball would go. Eyes wide, Marjorie looked out at the audience, where Rob was seated. He was pointedly staring at his card, but grinning like a loon. She made an undignified noise that might have been a cross between a protest and a squeal, and snatched up the box. With trembling hands, she flipped it open and stared. An enormous square-cut diamond surrounded by a cluster of smaller diamonds stared out at her. It was an engagement ring. "Rob," she said weakly, "how much did this cost?" "That is not an appropriate answer," he called back, amused. "The appropriate answer is either yes or no. You don't get to ask how much your engagement ring costs." "Yes," she said happily. "Absolutely yes." She raced back to the table where Rob had stood up and flung herself in his arms. 100 times yes. He laughed, and then they were kissing each other wildly, and Marjorie's heart felt so big she thought it might burst. "Are they going to call a damn number or not?" a cranky bingo player asked. Marjorie laughed and clung tightly to Rob's neck, happiness radiating from her. "We'd better get out of here. There's one absolute rule in nursing homes, and it's that you don't mess with the bingo." "Sounds dangerous," Rob teased, holding her against him. It felt so good to be in his arms, so very right. "Good thing I happen to know a place we could meet and make out at." "Your penthouse, sir?" she teased. "Meet you there in 5 minutes." "I promise to wear nothing but my shoes," she agreed. "And the ring." "And the ring," she amended. Then they locked hands and sprinted out the door, heading back to their apartment. They made it home in record time, and as good as her promise, Marjorie quickly undressed and put her favorite high heels back on. She slipped the ring on her finger and stared at it in wonder. It fit her finger perfectly. "How on earth did you manage that?" Marjorie asked. Rob shucked his pants off and then shrugged. "I just asked for the biggest ring that they had." He laughed as she lunged at him. I'm kidding. "You're a cruel, cruel man," she said, reaching for her shoes, "and I should take these off to punish you." Hell no, he told her. I love my tall, gorgeous Amazon. Seeing you looming over me makes my dick hard as a rock. She reached for his cock, and sure enough, he was just as hard as he said he was. Hard as a diamond, she agreed, then added, hard as my diamond, which was probably very expensive? I got it for a song, he told her, grinning. She groaned as he dragged her into their massive bed. Please tell me that you didn't. I didn't, he said, his hand sliding to her breast to caress it. I wouldn't cheap out on the thing that matters the most to me. You know I'd spend any dollar amount for you. Her smile grew soft with adoration. It was true. In the last year, he'd spent ridiculous amounts of money on anything and everything. If she said she liked a particular color, she'd come home to find 3 pairs of new shoes in that color. If she mentioned a particular car looked nice, he bought her one the next day. She currently had a red Corvette and a Bentley sitting in the parking garage downstairs, gathering dust. It didn't matter to Rob. He just wanted to see her smile. And as she'd told him so often, all he needed to do to make her smile was just to look at her. I love you, she told him for the 100th time that week, possibly that day. They were dorky like that. Love you too, he told her, sliding between her legs and hitching one high-heeled foot onto his hip. Let me show you how much. And he did. This concludes The Billionaire and the Virgin by Jessica Clare. Narrated by Jillian Macy. Copyright 2015 by Jessica Clare. This unabridged audiobook is recorded by arrangement with Intermix, a member of Penguin Group USA, LLC, a Penguin Random House company, and was produced in the year 2015 by Tantor Media Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers, or call toll-free 877-7-TANTOR to request a catalog.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program. 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 Audible hopes you have